Right, shall we start?
Plaintiff Witness 1 and Defendant Counsel 2, can you open your camera? Right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to remind before we get started to be adhere with the rules and regulations of the court proceedings and to be ensure that you are well informed with the times that we have given. Where for examination in chief, we will provide 50 minutes, cross-examination will provide 20 minutes, and re-examination with 10 minutes for each team. So without further ado, we will start now.
Good morning, honorable judges. Before we start my opening statement, to give a brief introduction of our team, my name is Ling Ching Ying, and I'll be acting as the plaintiff's lead counsel. Together with me is my co-counsel, Jaya Ganesh. PW1 is represented by Clement He, and PW2 is represented by Tan Woon Wee. Our instructing solicitor is Ms. Si Jia Wei. Would the defendant like to introduce themselves as well?
Thank you, my learned friends. So, hello everyone, good morning, and also good morning to Puan, our judge for today. So, my name is Chia Clement. Yes, I noticed there's also another Clement here. So, yes, nice to meet you. Okay, I'm Chia Clement from the Defense Counsel. And today. My role will be the Defense Counsel 1, and together here with me will be my friend Yishal Tinanadan as Defense Counsel number 2, followed by Anjali as our defense witness number 1, followed by our defense witness number 2, Satish Waran, and our instructing solicitor for today will be Farhan. That is all from this defense team.
Yang Arif, may I proceed with my opening statement?
Yes, counsel, proceed.
To oblige, Yang Arif. May it please the court, our case at hand today is between the plaintiff, a local resident in Alamkara, and also the defendant, a development company, which had obtained approval to develop Alamkara. However, this project was met with the opposition by the local residents and also the EIA panel. But nevertheless, this project was approved on 2 conditions. Firstly, to plant appropriate vegetation along the beach, and secondly, to only construct soft structures for coastal defense. And this environmental management plan laid down by the Department of Environment is mandatory to be followed under Section 34A of the Environmental Quality Act 1974. On one hand, the defendant portrayed themselves as a company committing to the highest standard of care and green technology. However, on the other hand, the defendant had blatantly disregarded the EMP and environmental impact assessment guidelines by planting inappropriate vegetation and constructing hut structures. The defendant's negligence had inevitably affected the environment in Alamkara negatively, causing property damage and loss of income to the plaintiff. This whole incident culminated when the plaintiff suffered from personal injuries when his house collapsed due to severe coastal erosion. As this is a civil case, the plaintiff bears the burden to prove all elements of the claim on the balance of probabilities. In regards to the pre-trial bundle of documents, since the parties could not come to a consensus on some of the documents, therefore the plaintiff has filed in a common bundle, and then there will also be a plaintiff's bundle. The defendant has also filed in their own separate defendant's bundle of documents. For the common bundle of documents, it consists of Part A, which consists of 2 documents. Firstly, the map of Alamkara before development, and also the current map of Alamkara dated 2021. Moving on to the plaintiff's bundle of documents, Part A consists of the medical report from Hospital Malacca dated 26 August 2021, landings of marine fish in Alamkara by species tons, and also the photos of damages to boats and the plaintiff's house. Part B consists of the map of development plan of Alamkara dated 2013. Part C consists of the project brochure by Sunshine City Developer dated 2015. In regards to the agreed facts, the parties are unable to come to a consensus. Therefore, the parties are filing separate statement of facts. However, the parties have come to an agreement on 4 issues to be tried in our current trial. These 4 issues include, firstly, whether the defendant owes a duty of care towards the plaintiff, and whether the defendant has failed to comply with the duty of care towards the plaintiff. Secondly, whether the defendant is entirely liable for the damage caused towards the environment due to the failure of the defendant from preventing the erosion during the tenure of the project. And thirdly, whether the plaintiff had suffered damages from the defendant's negligent act. And lastly, whether the plaintiff is entitled to general, special, punitive, and exemplary damages. In our present case today, the plaintiff will be calling 2 witnesses. Firstly, Kasim Selamat bin Jailani as PW1, who will establish the loss, damage, and injuries sustained by him as a result of the defendant's negligence in planning and executing the Sunshine City Development Project. And secondly, Jessie Chong as PW2, who is an expert and an EIA panel of the SSC project. She'll be explaining the nexus between the defendant's development activities and also the environmental changes happening in Alam Kara. In order to prove a negligence claim against the defendant, the federal court in the case of Majlis Perbandaran Ampang Jaya and Stephen Phua Cheng Lun and others had laid down 4 essential elements, namely duty of care, breach of duty of care, damage, and possession. And to ascertain whether a duty of care is owed by the defendant towards the plaintiff, we can refer to the Caparo test stated in the case of Caparo Industries Private Limited Company and Dickman, where the court states that a duty of care will arise if the requirements of foreseeability of damage, proximity of relationship, and reasonableness are satisfied. In our present case, the defendant owed a duty of care towards the plaintiff because the defendant's development activities would have a negative impact on the plaintiff's life and the environment in Alam Kara. And such duty of care was breached when the defendant violated the EMP and EIA guidelines by constructing 2 hut structures and planting inappropriate vegetation along the beach. As a result, the defendant's negligent development activities had contributed to the plaintiff's loss of income, personal injury, and property loss. As such, the plaintiff would like to urge this court to find the defendant liable for the plaintiff's loss and injury in the event the court agree with the evidence tendered by the plaintiff in this trial. If I may be of no further assistance, the plaintiff shall now call PW1 to the stand.
Yes, PW1.
Yang Arif, before the plaintiff commence examination in chief for PW1, I would like to ask for permission for our instructing solicitor to share any exhibits or evidence by sharing her screen throughout this trial.
Yes, granted.
Much obliged, Yang Arif. Witness, please take your oath.
I, Kasim Selamat bin Jalani, with the IC number 560123015697, take oath, declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give to the court in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Witness, please state your name, IC number, address, and occupation.
My name is Kasim Selamat bin Jalani with the IC number 560123015697. I stay in lot 1543 Mukim Alam Kara, Melaka, and my occupation is a licensed fisherman with experience of more than 50 years and homestay operator.
Have you prepared a witness statement?
Yes.
With the permission from the court, pursuant to Order 38, Rule 2 of the Rules of Court 2012, I would like the witness statement of Kasim Selamat bin Jailani to be presented to the witness.
Yes, proceed, counsel.
Much obliged, Yang Arif. Witness, can you identify this document?
Yes, this is my witness statement.
What is the purpose of your presence in court today?
I'm the plaintiff in this case and have several claims against the defendant.
What are your claims against the defendant SSC?
I've suffered numerous losses and injuries resulting from SSC actions and omission in relation with the development project of SSC. My claims are laid out in paragraph 8, 18, 19 of the plaintiff's claim. I've suffered loss and damage in the capacity as a fisherman and homestead owner in Padang Kelapa. I'm claiming for general damages for a total sum of 475,000, special damages for total sum of 703,700, exemplary damages and punitive damages.
What is your monthly income?
With reference to paragraph 3 of the plaintiff's claim, my monthly income is an average of 3,000 per month from fishing activities.
What is your role in your family?
I'm the sole breadwinner of the family. I have to support my 60-year-old wife, 23 and 21 years old daughters who are still studying in university.
When and how did you know about the SSC development project?
We knew about the development of SSC in 2012. SSC had organized a few rounds of public consultation in 2013 as part of the project proposed.
How was the reaction of the residents of Padang Kelapa towards the SSC project?
The residents of Padang Kelapa and I were concerned about this project due to the proposed conversion of coastal mangroves and reclamation of beach.
Why were you concerned about the proposed conversion of coastal mangrove and reclamation of beach?
I was concerned about the SSC project because it will affect my source of income, which will jeopardize my livelihood. This is because mangrove forest is the primary habitat for shrimp, crab, and other fish species, which is important for sustainability of the residents, as well as the ecosystem of the location. We oppose parts of the project. However, at the end, the project received all necessary approvals in 2014.
What was the impact of conversion of coastal forests and reclamation of beach?
The local residents and I have been experiencing a few changes to the geographical setting and environment of Padang Kelapa between 2015 to 2017. SSC had completed converting 80% of the coastal forest and reclaiming the southern part of SSC. The remaining patch of 20% coastal forests have been showing signs of shrinking.
How did the conversion of coastal forests and reclamation affect your livelihood?
In referring to paragraph 7a of the plaintiff claims, my son and I, with other fishermen, experienced significant reduction of catch, where to venture further to catch fish, and even switching fishing methods. However, it did not bring us commensurate returns. The fishery had reduced by about 50% due to the loss of fishing ground as compared to the year of 2006 to 2015, and the loss of commercial valuable species. Prior to the year of 2016, my annual income was 36,000 ringgit. From 2016 onwards, my annual income from fishery have been decreasing at varying degrees.
How did you adapt yourself to the reduction of fishery produce?
Despite these hardships, we continue to persevere by adapting our practices and investing in more resources. However, sometime in the second half of 2019, we started to notice a further drop in demersal and pelagic species, especially the former, and experienced the stronger current of the northern coast of Padang Kelapa, where to use more fuel and could not recoup our costs.
Was the condition of the erosion at Padang Kelapa becoming worse?
Yes, in referring to paragraph 7d and e of the plaintiff's claim, the northern beach of Padang Kelapa start to show signs of bad erosions, whereas the jetty at the southern end of Padang Kelapa become less accessible due to accretion of sand and notable increase of marine debris aggregation.
Did you suffer any property damage?
Yes, in referring to paragraph 7e of the plaintiff's claim, my boat propellers have been damaged severely twice in October 2019 and March 2020 due to the marine debris caught in it. The total damage suffered was 2,000 ringgit, which was further exacerbated as I could not fish for 2 days due to the damage of my boat.
With the permission from the court, I would like to present Exhibit G(a) and G(b), which illustrate photos of the damages to boat propellers to the witness.
With the court permission, I would like to tender the exhibit by sharing the screen.
Witness, can you identify these photos?
Yes, these are the photos showing the damaged boat propellers due to the marine debris caught in it. The boat propeller in photo GA was damaged when I was starting my boat engine at the jetty. The boat propeller in photo GB was damaged when I was approaching the jetty after I finished fishing. I removed the boat propellers for checking and realized that the boat propellers was dented. I decided to send them for repair.
Who took these two photos?
I took photo GA and photo GB using my mobile phone's camera.
When were these two photos taken?
Photo GA was taken in October 2019, whereas photo GB was taken in March 2020.
Aside from being a fisherman, do you have any other source of income?
Yes, since 2010, I've been operating a homestay from my home.
Why did you choose your house as a homestay?
In referring to paragraph 4 of the plaintiff's claim, the Padang Kelapa beach is not only scenic and calm due to the low density of residential areas, but also one of the most important nesting beaches for hawksbill turtles in Peninsular Malaysia. One of the key features of our homestay package was the turtle ecotourism. Padang Kelapa was a very popular weekend and holiday stop for tourists.
What was the impact caused by the SSC project to your homestay business?
I experienced a drop in visitors and reviews. As stated in paragraph 7b of the plaintiff's claim, the erosion on the northern coast of Padang Kelapa had resulted in a decrease in the number of turtle landing for nesting, an increase in turtle stranding over the past 2 years after the start of the project.
What are the reasons for the reduction of turtle nesting in Padang Kelapa?
I contacted Jessie Chung and she informed me that the reduction was due to the light and sound pollution from the construction site, as well as the loss of the buffer of the coastal forest. This has then jeopardized my ecotourism sector and my livelihood and income as a homestay owner.
Who is Jessie Chung?
Jessie Chung is a researcher and lecturer. She was also the EIA panel for the SSC development project in Alam Kara.
Is she in court today?
Yes, she is.
Can you identify her?
Yes, she is the one wearing a white lab coat.
With the permission from the court, the plaintiff would like to put on record that PW1 had identified PW2.
Yes, the court notes this.
Much obliged, Arif. Witness, how did you know Jessie Chung?
I knew her during the public consultation of the new SSC development project back in 2013. She conducted an interview with the local residents of Alam Kara, and I was one of the interviewees.
How huge was the impact of coastal erosion on your homestay revenue?
Based on my financial records, between 2010 and September 2017, we generated an average of 1,500 ringgit a month annually from homestay operation. However, in the year 2019, our homestay revenue dropped by 30%.
What was the effect of coastal erosion on your house?
In the end of 2019, we noticed a further signs of severe erosion, and this trend had continued till now. In approximately 18 months, we have lost approximately 20 meters of our beach front, and we experienced erosion even at my property line.
With the permission of the court, I would like to present Exhibit G(c), illustrating a photo of the effects of erosion to the witness.
Yes, proceed, counsel.
Witness, can you identify this photo?
Yes, this photo shows the coastal erosion at Padang Kelapa. After the commencement of SSC development project, we have observed boat spokes on the ground and exposed tree roots.
Who took the photo?
I took this photo by using my mobile phone's camera.
When was this photo taken?
This photo was taken at the end of October 2019.
Were there any further changes to Padang Kelapa?
Yes, the residents in Padang Kelapa and I observed stronger waves, higher tides, more severe erosion, and topographical changes. Furthermore, we also noticed a seawall on the front of the Super Specialty Center and a wave breaker nearby while having an informal discussion.
Were the villagers in Padang Kelapa informed about the construction of the two new structures?
No, The villagers and I were never consulted on the construction of hut structure. It only came to our knowledge after it was completed.
What did you do after discovering the hut structures?
The local residents and I began to wonder if there was any connection between the notable changes in our village resulting from the new hut structure. We decided to seek advice from Jesse Chung around January 2020.
What did Jesse Chong advise you?
Jesse Chung advised us to lodge a complaint at the Department of Environment, Plan Malaysia, National Water Research Institute of Malaysia, and our local authority.
When did you lodge the complaint?
I lodged a complaint in March 2020.
Were there any actions taken by the DOE?
Yes, DOE found that SSC failed to comply with EMP by constructing additional hut structures and planting inappropriate vegetation. The DOE fined SSC and instructed them to rectify the infraction. They assured us that SSC had been instructed to rectify. However, we had no knowledge of whether this rectification process was complied with because we did not see any positive changes to the environment following this incident.
Did Jessie Chong take any further actions?
Yes, she conducted a preliminary study investigation and discovered that the seawall and wave breaker had contributed to erosion, change in coastal hydrology, accretion, and marine debris segregation.
Young Arif, I see that my time is up. May I request for an extension to complete examination in chief?
How long will it take, Council? I see a bit more here because then you still have to mark the exhibits after. Maybe you can hurry on. Maybe about 1 or 2 minutes extension. Yeah.
Much obliged, Young Arif. Witness, on question 39, can you please explain to the court why you are claiming for general damages?
On 23rd January 2021 at 3:30 p.m. while I was on the veranda fixing my fishing equipment, I heard a loud crash coming from the porch and I felt a small tremor on the porch wall where I was sitting. I stood out to investigate the source of the noise, and it was at this moment the foundation below collapsed and part of the roof above came crashing on me. I was seriously injured and my elder son, who witnessed this incident, took me to the hospital.
With the permission from the court, the plaintiff would like to present Exhibit E, medical report from Hospital Malacca, to the witness. Witness, can you identify this document?
Yes, this is the medical report from Hospital Malacca on 26 August 2021. My name and IC number was stated on the title of the medical report.
Witness, was there any police report or complaint made regarding the accident?
Yes, my son lodged a police report regarding the accident, and Jesse Chun lodged a complaint against SSC towards the DOE.
What happened to your house?
My house has been deemed not fit for habitation due to numerous cracks identified during the investigation into the cause of collapse. DOE investigation had identified that the main cause of collapse was the poor and faulty planning, design, and construction of SSC project.
With the permission from the court, the plaintiff would like PW1 to sign his witness statement before the court.
Yes, proceed.
Excuse me, I'm from the defense team. Yeah, can I object? Because I think from the prosecution side they exceeded their time. Oh, there's the decision.
Yep, I granted a 2-minute extension just now, Council.
Okay.
Yes, I have signed on my witness statement.
With
Much
the permission.
obliged.
With the permission from the court, the plaintiff would like to mark PW1's witness statement as Exhibit P1.
Marked as Exhibit P1.
With the permission from the court, the plaintiff would like to mark Exhibit G small a to G small c, illustrating photos of damages to the boats and plaintiff's house as Exhibit P2 small a to small c.
Counsel for the defendant, do you have any objections on the marking? Yes, no? I take it that there's no objection, so it's marked as P2 small a to small
Objection?
g.
Objection on the evidence?
So the grounds of your objection, Counsel?
The authenticity of the photos.
I think if you can look at the witness testimony just now, he stated in evidence that he took the phone himself, his phone, and took the pictures. So I'm going to allow it to be marked.
Much obliged, Young Arif. And lastly, the plaintiff would like to
Understood.
mark Exhibit E, medical report from Hospital Malacca, as Exhibit E3.
He's tendering this. He's not the maker of this document.
Young
So
Arif,
now, yes.
even though the maker of this medical report is not called, however, the plaintiff is relying on the exception for hearsay under Section 52, subsection 1B of the Evidence Act 1950, because this medical report was made in the ordinary course of business by the doctor. Therefore, it is the plaintiff's stance that this medical report should be tendered as Exhibit P3.
I'll allow it. It's marked as P3.
Much obliged, Young Arif. This ends the plaintiff's examination in chief.
Right, counsel, cross, defendant.
Much obliged. One. So before I, excuse me, before I begin my cross, may I know how are you, Mr. Kasim? You are muted, Mr. Kasim.
Good day, counsel. I'm fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, you ready for our cross?
Yes, I'm ready for the cross, counsel.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kasim. So can I start off with, can you confirm with me that permanent disability was a self-made claim by you?
No, that's not a self-made claim.
Okay, so basically you actually have the proof to show that you are actually permanently disabled, correct?
Yes, I'm currently permanently disabled.
All right, thank you for that. So with the permission of the court, may I ask my solicitor to present Exhibit E? May I request from the prosecution side to present Exhibit E, the medical report of Mr. Kasim, which is marked as P3.
Yes.
Solicitor. Okay, thank you. All right. So, Mr. Kasim, can you confirm that this is your medical report?
Yes, this is my medical report.
All right. Thank you. So, can you agree with me that all damages that you sustained, or basically all the suffering that you got, is written down in this medical report, correct?
Yes, these are the damages that I suffered after my injury, after the accident.
All right. Thank you. So, for the benefit of the judge, can you point out where exactly in the letter mentioned that you are permanently disabled?
The permanently disabled is an effect of this accident.
Oh, so I put it to you, you are saying it because you are saying it. So basically you don't have a doctor to prove it for you, but you say it as a self-claim. All right, so moving on.
Arif, the defendant haven't answered the plaintiff's question. Please we would like to request the defendant to allow the plaintiff to answer his question before moving on.
Witness, I mean, it's being put to you. Either you agree or you disagree, and then you move on. All right, witness. So, do you agree or do you disagree to our counsel's Clement's question just now?
I don't agree.
So,
all right.
Place on record disagree, and let's move on.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Clement. So moving on, let's say with the benefit of a doubt, assuming that you are permanently disabled, can you present to the court your person with disability card or OKU card?
No, the exhibit is not tendered in this court.
Oh, the question is, do you have an OKU card? Okay,
No.
Maybe I should rephrase my question. Do you have an OKU card?
No, I don't have.
And may I ask why do you don't have an OKU card?
I don't have the knowledge on this OKU card.
Oh, fascinating. For someone who is permanently disabled, you don't have a OKU card. So maybe I can suggest to you, Mr. Kasim, is based according to Person with Disability Act in 2008, OKU includes those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment, which in the interaction with various barrier may hinder their full and effective participation in society. So by the looks of it, maybe, just maybe, with the benefit of doubt, maybe you didn't met the requirement to actually be known to be labeled as OKU, or in this case, permanently disabled. Can you agree with this?
Young Arif, the plaintiff would like to raise an objection against the defendant's question on the ground that my client is an uneducated fisherman, but the defendant is putting a legal question on him which he has no knowledge about.
Counselor, he's just putting it to him. He can agree or disagree. You can just cross.
Much obliged, Young Arif.
So, witness, either you agree or disagree, and then we move on. Counsel for the defendant, you state your questions clearly.
All right. So can you agree with me that you don't have a OKU card is because you don't meet the requirement, or you don't satisfy how OKU is defined?
No, I disagree with you.
Okay. I think you are saying for the sake of saying, Mr. Kasim. All right. Let's move on, Mr. Kasim. Can you agree with me that you are the sole breadwinner in your family?
Yes, I'm the sole breadwinner of my family.
And can you agree with me that as the head of the family, it is your responsibility to provide for your family? Correct?
Yeah, yes, that's my responsibility.
All right. So may I know what is your main income for you?
My main income prior to my accident is a fisherman and a homestay operator.
Okay. So can you explain, did you experience anything anything different when going out fishing with your son, especially in the year of 2005 to 2015, in the range of 2005 to 2015?
Sorry, Counsel, can you please specify your question?
All right, sure, Mr. Kasim. Let me simplify for the benefit of the court. Can you explain any differences that you experienced when fishing with your son in the year 2005 to 2015?
My son and I were fishing in a different boats.
Oh, okay. Perhaps maybe you can share with us, do you experience any difference when fishing? For example, did you experience any difference when you were fishing?
Prior to 26 to 2015, our main catch is the fish and shrimps. No, it's the shrimp and crab. So we are usually fishing at the shore of the mangroves, the coastal forest there.
Excuse me? You are fishing for crabs and shrimp. So what about fish?
Yeah, we have fish is our supplement.
Understood. But in that case, may I know? Wait. Previously, you mentioned, if I'm correct, you mentioned that your main occupation is fisherman, and also you are a homestay owner, correct?
Yes.
How come right now you are telling me that you are now fishing for shrimp and crabs?
Young Arif, the plaintiff would like to raise an objection on the ground that the defendant's question is irrelevant.
Yes. How is it relevant? Counsel, he has not come to the point he's trying to develop.
I'm actually questioning his income because he mentioned he's a fisherman. I mean, his main income is from fishing fish, but now he's mentioning that he's fishing for crabs and shrimp. So there is a bit of inconsistency here.
I think, Counsel, the issue in focus right now is him losing his income over the years, whether it be fish or crab or generally fishermen doesn't only fish. They fish a variety of catch. So maybe we can move on.
Much obliged. Maybe I'll continue on. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So can you confirm that in year 2005 to 2015, when you were going out fishing with your son, you experienced in reduction of volume of fishes when you're fishing?
No, we have a constant catch.
Okay, understood. In that case, until what year you experienced a decline in your fishing volume?
I experiencing decline in fish catch on starting from 2016.
Understood. And may I ask if you're aware, do you know when SSC commenced their project?
As to my best knowledge, we observed the start of the project since in the end of 2014 or at the beginning of 2015. It's around that. That's based on our observation.
All right, understand. Hold on, yeah. Okay, I think I'll just move on. Okay, may I know, Mr. Kasim, how did you get to know about SSC, the Sunshine City developer?
We got to know the SSC during the public consultation.
Oh, and do you remember what year was it?
It's on 2013.
All right, thank you. Can you agree with me that SSC began their project in 2015?
Yes, they start to convert the coastal forest and reclaim the beach on 2015. Yes, that's the answer. That.
All right. To confirm again, you mentioned that you noticed a declination in your fish catch starting in 2016. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then another question would be: are you aware of another new state project that actually started in 2016?
No. We have no knowledge. I have no knowledge.
All right. It's fine. It's fine. So, moving on from that. Okay, maybe I should have never mentioned that first, but okay, it's okay. Are you aware about the nature of the nature of SSC company?
No.
All right, so you don't know that they are a pioneer and a specialist in developing green township and technology. Am I correct?
No, I don't.
All right, so all right, understand. So how you see SSC is basically they are carrying out reclamation project which affects your livelihood and the people around you, right? This is how you view them.
Yeah. In my view, they are the developer in Padang Kelapa.
All right. Can you agree that the reclamation project by SSC is actually for the development of medical facility, residential, commercial, hospitality, and potential institute of higher learning for the local community?
I don't have any knowledge on this.
All right. Maybe I put it to you. It's actually the intention of this reclamation by SSC is because they're focusing on further developing your town area, which is Alam Kara. Yeah, but you mentioned that you have a session, right? Or basically a sensing with SSC in 2012. Was this not mentioned in the sensing?
Sorry, Council, I don't get your question.
Okay. My apologies. Maybe I rephrased it easier. You mentioned that you actually know about SSC as early as 2012, 2013. Am I correct?
Yes, I was one of the interviewees in 2013.
Okay, understood. May I know, did they mention about the reason why they are doing this reclamation or this development?
I have no knowledge on that. I know there will be a development project in Padang Kelapa, and I was concerned about it.
So you know about the development. Okay. So okay, understood. All right, maybe let's go on to a different set of questions. So can you agree with me the causation to your accident or the collapse of your house porch is due to soil erosion?
Sorry, Council, can you make it simple for this question?
All right, understood. Can you agree with me that the cause of your accident is due to soil erosion?
Young Arif, the plaintiff would like to raise an objection against the defendant's question on the ground that my client is an uneducated fisherman, and putting such a scientific question towards him is outside of his personal knowledge. And
Objection. I think I'm sorry. Your witness mentioned about soil erosion as the cause of his accident. So I'm actually asking whether or not he can confirm that soil erosion is the cause of his accident.
I think counsel for the plaintiff, he actually specifically mentioned this in his witness statement, you know.
Mhm.
He in his answers to the question. So I think though he clearly is not an expert, but he actually sort of like elaborated on it in his witness statement. Therefore, the
Mhm.
defendant's counsel is at liberty to ask. Counsel is not an expert. You can ask based on what he stated in the witness statement, but maybe the rest of the questions you can ask in respect of the details of the soil erosion with the expert later, which I think is going to be called. But you can ask the question that you intend on asking now.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Much obliged. All right, Mr. Kasim, you good?
Yes, I'm good.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kasim. So, mentioned in your witness statement, you mentioned that you think that SSC is the cause of your accident.
Yes, because of the negligence on the project.
Understood. So, can you agree with me that this negligence is the reason why soil erosion were to happen?
Yes.
All right. Understood. All right. In that case, right, can you, because previously you mentioned that you were unaware about another project that is happening, correct? Which is
Yes.
Megaport.
Yes, I'm unaware of that.
So I put it to you, with that being said, you are actually singling out other factors and basically putting the blame solely on SSC for the cause of your accident. Can you agree with this?
No, I don't agree with you. I'm not aware with the port project there.
All right, it's okay. It's okay. It's your opinion. But may I ask you again? Since you live in Alamkara for a long time, right? Do you ever thought of what if it's a natural occurrence for soil erosion to happen?
No, I don't think so.
Understood. Okay, let's move on to your statement of claim. Yeah. Can you confirm that you prepared the statement of claim?
Yeah. So what does sorry, counsel?
Yes.
The statement of claim is prepared by the counsel that I've appointed Ismail and Alakan and Cor as my counsel. Then
all right. All right, understood. So you can agree with me that you both had a discussion regarding on your claim, right? Basically, you both discussed what can you claim for. Can you agree on this?
Yes, I told my counsel that what damage that I have suffered and anything that I've lost.
All right, understood. In that case, right, may I ask, are you aware about the value or the amount that you actually requested as claim in the statement of claim?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
In that case, do you think the amount is reasonable, or it's what you think or do you think that sorry, it's a double question. Do you think the amount is reasonable in the statement of claim?
Yes, I do believe that the amount is reasonable.
All right. In accordance to that, can you agree with me that in order to craft the content of this statement of claim, you use medical report or report from experts to validate it, or as reference?
Sorry, counsel, can you specify, is it medical report or any expert witness? Because I provide the medical report for my counsel.
Oh yes. How about medical report? Do you use medical report as your reference?
Yes, I have asked for the medical report from the hospital and I pass it to my counsel.
Okay, understood. Then may I ask you how did the amount came out from the medical report? Because the medical report didn't mention about the price of your damage.
Sorry, counsel, I think I can't assist you on this point.
Okay. So I put it to you. Basically, when you discuss with your solicitor when you are drafting out this statement of claim, you are blatantly putting down a value which you think is good for you. Can you agree on this?
I don't agree with this. I submit my medical report to my counsel, and I believe my counsel is an expert in law. They know what to claim and what not to claim for us. I don't agree with you.
Okay. With that being said, actually, I'm actually very curious on how you allocate the amount for pain and suffering. Yeah, can you explain to us how did you come up with the value for that in the statement of claim?
I believe that my counsel might have a better position to answer this question because I have no
Understood.
knowledge on the claim in law. Yeah, as I mentioned, I have to be honest. I am an uneducated fisherman. I've been start fishing since my 15.
All right, understood. So can you agree with me that you actually kept a copy or at least the real certificate or document issued by the hospital when you entered hospital, such as medical report?
As I mentioned previously, the medical report is being requested after when I'm going to have this claim against the defendant. So I request that
Understood.
from the statement of claim.
Don't you find it a bit weird where you actually didn't put in invoices from the hospital?
For, in this court, there is only medical report being tendered.
Because in your statement of claim, it mentioned from your damages you suffered, you actually put down the price of it. However, you didn't include in invoices issued by the hospital to further serve as a supportive document.
Yeah, I don't think it's weird.
All right, maybe to you it's not weird, but to us it's actually very weird because that way it gives us the idea of you are basically putting down value as you like. And also let's follow up with your pain and suffering. Do you keep a record of your pain assessment test given by the hospital?
Sorry,
Yes.
counsel, may I know what is the pain assessment test?
Wow. Okay. So this pain assessment test, because in your statement of claim you mentioned that you are also asking for claim for pain and suffering. So basically, when you are issuing this, right, your hospital will actually use a tool called pain assessment tool onto you to further validate whether or not you are suffering from immense pain. And from the amount you put in there, it shows that you are in immense pain. So perhaps can you validate on that?
So sorry, counsel, this is my first time.
All right, it's okay. So if I were to make a joke here, if I were to touch you now and you are in pain, will you charge me 200?
Young Arif,
Also, move
the
on.
plain,
It should be question and answer.
I
Move on, move
I
on.
retract. I'll retract my statement.
Witness do not answer the question. Counsel,
All
move
right.
on.
All right. Thank thank you, Puan. Thank you, Puan. So with that, I think I would like to end the cross examination. And thank you, witness, for your cooperation.
thank you, counsel.
Thanks. Counsel Ree.
with the permission from the court, the plaintiff shall now commence re-examination for PW1 Kasim Selamat bin Jailani. Mr. Kasim, can you please explain why you do not have an OKU card?
As I mentioned previously, I am an uneducated fisherman. I do not have the knowledge that I have to apply for this OKU card for my permanent disabled.
Moving on to my next question. So the defendant counsel had questioned you on the claim of pain and suffering. So what are the basis for such claim on pain and suffering? Can you please explain to the court?
The pain and suffering includes the effect of the accident towards my daily life. To be honest, even I'm answering the question now, I feel there's a big pain for my body. So that is why I will be stucking here and there because this accident really affect me a lot. Yeah, so that's the pain and suffering, and it affect my life. Previously in the morning, I can brew myself a coffee, and now I can't. I need my wife's assistance to bring me even to this court today because I cannot work properly on myself now.
Can you talk about the effect of the accident on your earning capacity?
After my discharge from my hospital, there's 2 months of my recovery. And after the 2 months, I can't do fishing anymore. I have a fractured left hand and now it's permanently disabled because I can't even handle a fishing rod. I can't even throw the fishing net because there's a fracture in my hand.
So how about your current situation? Can you still fish?
No, I can't do that. And my daughter also advised me never involved in this tedious work because fishing requires a lot of actions, which might cause fragile again to my bond. Taking my OH into consideration, my bond is extremely fragile now.
Witness, can you please also explain the reason why pain and suffering is not mentioned in the current medical report that were tendered in this trial?
The pain and suffering is not mentioned in the medical report because the medical report only reflects the injury that I have sustained when I was admitted to the hospital. The pain and suffering is the aftermath and effect of my injury, of the accident after I have discharged from the hospital. That is why it is not mentioned in the current medical report.
How did you come up with the amount of pain and suffering that you want to claim?
I add on my lawyer advice. I have totally no knowledge on this. As I mentioned, I'm just an uneducated fisherman.
How about the hospital invoices? Why are you not tendering it before the court today?
As I mentioned previously, I'm the uneducated fisherman and I don't keep those receipts. So that's the reason.
How about the pain assessment test that the defendant counsel had raised? Do you have any explanation on that?
To be honest, I don't have any knowledge on this pain assessment test. This is my first time hearing these scientific terms or scientific test. Yeah, this is my first time hearing this.
Yeah, Arif, that's all for re-examination for PW1 Kasim Selamat bin Jailani. With the permission from the court, I'd like to request the witness to be released.
Thank you, Encik Kasim, for coming forward and giving evidence. You're hereby released as a witness.
Thank you, Ya Arif. Thank you, court.
Right, Counsel?
Arif, my name is Jaya, and I appear before this court to conduct the examination in chief of the second plaintiff's witness, Ms. Jessie Chung. With the
Yes.
court's permission, we request the instructing solicitor to display the witness statement.
Yes.
Much obliged, Arif.
I'm going to have a sip of coffee, but I'm the only one who can have coffee because I'm the judge. So carry on.
Arif, not a problem. Ms. Jessie, please take your stand. Ms. Jessie, can you please take your oath now?
I, Jessie Chong, with the IC number 721107-08-2682, take oath, declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give to the court in the case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Jessie, can you please tell us your name?
My name is Jessie Chong.
And what is your IC number?
My IC number is 721107-08-2682.
Can you tell us how old you are?
I'm 49 years old this year.
And can you please tell us your address?
My current address is at L1-8, 3rd floor, Alam Residence, Selangor.
Ms. Jessie, have you prepared a witness statement?
Yes.
Yeah, Arif, with the court's permission, pursuant to Order 38, Rule 2 of Rules of Court, we request the witness statement of Jessie Chung to be presented to the witness.
Proceed.
Much obliged, Young Arif. Ms. Jessie, can you see this document before you?
Yes.
Is it clear to you? Is it legible?
Yes.
Can you please identify this document?
This is the witness statement that I prepared.
Yeah, Arif, with the court's permission, we request to put on record that the witness has identified this document as his witness statement.
Noted. Court notes this.
Much obliged, Young Arif. Ms. Jessie, can you please tell us your occupation?
I'm a researcher and lecturer with the Institute of Ocean and Coastal Science with the Peninsula University. I was also part of the Environmental Impact Assessment Panel for the Sunshine City development.
What are your areas of expertise?
My areas of expertise include EIA, coastal and ocean hydrology, marine science, and marine biodiversity. I've also been an expert on over 30 EIA review panels related to reclamation and coastal development over the past 20 years. Prior to that, I'd also been an EIA consultant for 10 years with Environmental Solutions, which is a consulting firm and engaged in numerous coastal reclamation and development projects. I've also been approached to assist with investigating insurance claims related to claims resulting from property damage due to floods or coastal erosion, among others.
Ms. Jessie, can you please tell us why you are here in court today?
I'm here to testify in respect to the claims of the plaintiff as the second witness.
Can you please identify the plaintiff?
Yes, he's the one wearing bandage and he's present in court today.
Young Arif, with the court's permission, we'd like to put on record that the witness has identified the plaintiff, Mr. Kasim Selamat.
Court knows this. Proceed.
Much obliged, Young Arif. Ms. Jessie, what do you know about the plaintiff's claim?
The plaintiff has suffered loss of income resulting from both fisheries and his homestay operations, suffered property damage as well as personal injury, and all claims are attributed mainly to the conduct of SSC development.
What do you know about SSC developers?
SSC Developers is a company that is involved in the development and construction industry.
Earlier, you stated that you were part of the Environmental Impact Assessment Panel for SSC Development Project. Can you please tell us what was your role as part of this panel?
As a part of the EIA panel for the SSC Development Project, I have performed a site visit and conducted an investigation in April 2013, and I also conducted 2 public consultations in April and August 2013 respectively with the local residents, which includes the plaintiff at Padang Kelapa.
What were your findings from your consultations, Ms. Jessie?
During the second consultation, the plaintiff was concerned about the development project initiated by SSC developers because it involved the conversion of the coastal mangroves. The conversion of the coastal mangrove forest will cause negative changes to the environment in Padang Kelapa.
Based on your investigations and your consultations, did you, in the end, agree with this project?
I disagree with the project because the conversion of the mangrove forest at the coastal area will cause negative changes to the natural geology and coastal hydrology of Padang Kelapa. I also found that these changes on that environment will have negative consequences on the fishermen who live at Padang Kelapa as they rely on fishing as their primary source of income. Despite my objections, the project was still approved by the Department of Environment in December of 2014. The approval was subjected to 2 requirements set under the Environmental Management Plan to be complied by the SSC developers.
What were the requirements set upon by the SSC developers?
Firstly, they were required to plant only appropriate vegetation along the part of the SSC project site, which is the converted and reclaimed areas. Secondly, they were not allowed to build hut structures along the beachfront of Alam Kara.
Did SSC developers comply with these aforementioned requirements?
No, the defendant had failed to comply with the requirements set under the Environmental Management Plan and EIA. Firstly, the defendant planted casuarina trees, which are invasive as they do not withstand erosion. The defendant had previously agreed to only plant appropriate vegetation that is able to deter erosion. Secondly, the defendant had also built hard structures instead of soft structures, which led to more turbulent waves that caused erosion of the coastal areas.
What do you know about the conversion of the coastal mangroves?
As part of the project initiated by SSC developers, coastal mangrove forests will be converted into the SSC project site. Being a natural coastal defense to Alam Kara, it will cause detrimental effects to the environment.
Are you able to identify the conversion of the coastal mangroves if I were to show you the map?
Yes.
With the court's permission, Young Arif, we request the instructing solicitor to display Exhibit B and D of Alam Kara to be presented to the witness.
Yes, proceed.
Ms. Jessie, can you see this map?
Yes.
Can you please identify what this map is and what it shows?
Yes. This is the map before development of Alam Kara, and the coastal mangrove were represented as the yellow part of this map where it is huge and it is in its natural condition.
Instructing solicitor, scroll to D, thank you. Ms. Jessie, can you see this map clearly?
Yes, and this is the current map of Alam Kara. It shows that obviously the yellow part of the mangrove forest has shrunken drastically due to the conversion of the mangrove under the SSC project.
Thank you. Instructing solicitor, revert back to the witness statement. Mr. Jesse, what are the effects of these conversion that you have described?
Firstly, the conversion of the mangrove forest has led to a reduction in the species of prawns and crabs, which acts as their main natural habitat. Secondly, the demersal and pelagic species lay their eggs at the mangrove area, acting as a nursery ground for their eggs. So due to the conversion, the sea wave could easily wash away the fish eggs, and this leads to a reduction of the species and loss in the plaintiff income.
What do you know about the casuarina trees that were planted at the SSC site?
The casuarina trees are highly invasive species. This is because they will release allelophatic toxins that will cause the soil pH value to become more acidic, and this will impede the growth of other native species around the area.
Earlier, you stated there was a coastal reclamation, coastal conversion of the mangrove. What happened to the remaining 20% of the mangrove area?
It was shrinking, and more than half of the remaining coastal mangrove had disappeared. The shrinking is due to the conversion of 80% of the coastal mangrove. This is because the remaining 20% of coastal mangrove cannot effectively prevent erosion, and this leads to further shrinkage of the mangrove forests.
Did the casuarina trees that were planted by the defendant affect the plaintiff in any way?
Yes, the plaintiff...
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
According to the rules of the competition, we are not allowed to alter the witness statement, which resulted in the adding of additional facts that was not already specified. So this, regarding the casuarina trees and the acidic nature, etc., was not specified in the witness statement and should not be added in the examination in chief.
Yeah, Arif, if I may object. Yeah, Arif, according to the rules of the competition, we are allowed to craft our narrative as long as it is within the case material. The case material states that the casuarina trees are not suitable to prevent erosion, and that is the position of the expert witness, which is PW2. Additionally, as I previously stated, we have constructed this narrative that you see before this court in the witness statement, and this is within the narrative given in the case material. Additionally, we have also disclosed this witness statement to the defendants.
Counsel, thank you for your objection, but I'll allow this because I think it's still within the confines of what is allowed by the competition. Proceed, Counsel.
Much obliged, Arif. Witness, please continue answering the question.
Yes, the plaintiff ecotourism business relies on sea turtles as the main tourist attraction for its homestay. The casuarina trees has changed the pH value of the soil to be around 5, which is acidic, and this will affect the hawksbill sea turtle initial nesting condition because they tend to nest in soil with slightly higher pH of 7. Secondly, the falling of the casuarina trees were due to erosion, which creates physical obstacle for the female hawksbill sea turtle to navigate the beach area. And the female hawksbill sea turtle will abandon the nest eventually as they feel unsafe. This leads to a reduction of turtles eventually.
Are there any other reasons for the reduction in sea turtle, aside from what you've mentioned earlier?
Yes, the fact that the light and sound pollution resulting from rail and road infrastructure at Padang Kelapa had caused reduction in turtle hatching. This is because they prefer to nest on dark, secluded beaches and void-like areas.
The plaintiff mentioned earlier that he made a phone call to you. He stated that he was wondering if there is a connection between the notable changes in his village. He specified in that phone call whether there was a relation between the severe erosion and stronger sea currents to the hard structures that were built. Did this phone call actually happen?
Yes, it is true. The phone call was made in January 2020.
And what did you do after this phone call?
I advised the plaintiff to lodge a complaint to DOE that SSC developer is not supposed to build hard structures at the site. I also began my preliminary investigation to mainly study on the effects of hard structures on the coastal hydrology.
Can you explain what are the hard structures built by the defendant?
The defendant built a seawall and wave breaker in July and December 2019 respectively, where a seawall is an onshore structure built to prevent flooding by resisting huge sea wave, and a wave breaker is a hard structure to reduce intensity of wave action.
Can you please tell the court why these structures were built by the defendant?
They were built by the defendant to protect the SSC project site and shoreline from further erosion.
If I were to show you the map of Alam Kara, will you be able to identify these structures on the map?
Yes.
Arif, with the court's permission, we request the instructing solicitor to display Exhibit D, current map of Alam Kara.
Yes, proceed.
Ms. Jessie, can you see this map clearly?
Yes.
Can you please specify the aforementioned hard structures?
The hard structures were represented by the two rectangular objects built in front of SSC site. The brown in color one is the wave breaker, and the gray in color one is the seawall.
Is this the location where the instructing solicitor has highlighted?
Correct.
Thank you. Instructing solicitor, revert back. What are the effects of these hard structures?
The existence of hard structure lead to stronger current along the course of Padang Kelapa as it creates turbulent waves.
Are you able to show the location where the erosion happened?
Yes, I can show the location on the maps.
With the court's permission, Yang Arif, we request the instructing solicitor to display exhibit B and D to the witness.
Proceed.
Ms. Jessie, can you please identify the location of the erosion?
Yes, this is the before development map, and this shows how the green shoreline looks like in its natural state.
Instructing solicitor, scroll to D. Thank you. Can you please identify the location of the erosion?
Yes, now the green shoreline becomes steeper and narrower, and it wouldn't be possible to happen in 6 years' time unless it was resulted by man-made interference.
Thank you. Instructing solicitor, revert back to the. Do the stronger currents and turbulent waves have any other effects?
Yes, this leads to intensification of wave action that destroy the ecosystem of demersal and pelagic species.
Does this affect the plaintiff in any way?
Yes, the plaintiff relies on these fishes as part of his income, and the reduction of fishes will negatively affect his income.
Are you able to identify the changes to the fishing area if I were to show you the map of Alam Kara?
Yes.
Yeah, Arif, we request the instructing solicitor to display exhibit B and D to the witness.
Proceed.
Ms. Jessie, can you please identify the location of the fishing grounds?
Yes, this is the original size of fishing ground, which is the rectangular pink object located in the middle of Straits of Alam Kara.
Instructing solicitor, scroll to D, thank you. And look, can you locate the location of the fishing ground here?
Yes, and right now it's smaller and further away caused by the erosion and stronger wave reflected from the hard structures.
Thank you. Instructing solicitor, revert back. Have you conducted a study on the reduction of fishes in Alam Kara?
Yes, I've also received a table that shows the reduction of marine species in Alam Kara from Fisheries Department of Alam Kara.
Are you able to identify this table that you say that you received from Fisheries Department?
Yes.
Yeah, Arif, we request the instructing solicitor to display exhibit F, which shows the landing of marine fishes. Ms. Jessie, can you see this table clearly?
Yes, this is the table that I received from the Fisheries Department of Alam Kara.
And can you please tell us what this table shows?
Yes, and the demersal and pelagic species consist of Kurau senohong, Talang bawah putih, Cincaru, Timah, Layo, and Selayo. For the crab and prawn species, it was represented by Udang putih, Kecil, and Kertas.
Thank you. Instructing solicitor, please revert back to the witness statement. Ms. Jessie, what do you know about the plaintiff's injuries?
On 23rd of January, I was at Padang Kelapa to conduct my research on the reduction of fisheries, and on that day itself, I stumbled upon the plaintiff collapsed veranda.
What did you do after the plaintiff has suffered these injuries?
I'd taken a picture of plaintiff collapsed veranda together with the beachfront where the erosion is visible. I also lodged a complaint to DOE regarding the incident right after that.
Yeah, Arif, with the court's permission, we request the instructing solicitor to display exhibit GD, the photo of the plaintiff's house.
Proceed.
Ms. Jessie, can you see exhibit G, this picture clearly?
Yes.
Can you please identify this picture?
This is the beachfront before the plaintiff house where the erosion is visible, and it shows the collapse of veranda as well as the marine debris aggregated on the beachfront.
Thank you. Instructing solicitor, please revert back. How many studies have you performed in total?
I've performed 4 preliminary investigations in total. The first is in April 2013 regarding possible impacts of SSC construction on the environment of Alam Kara. The second in January of 2018 on effect of conversion of coastal mangrove on the environment and planting of Casuarina equisetifolia. The third investigation in January of 2020 regarding the impacts of hard structures on the coast of Alam Kara. The fourth in January 2021 regarding the reduction of fishes.
Yeah, Arif, before I conclude with the final question, I'd like to, with the court's permission, request an extension of time because I see that my time is up.
Maybe 1 minute or 1.5 minutes. Can you
Yes,
wrap it up?
that would be sufficient. Much obliged, Arif. What methodologies did you use to conduct these studies, Ms. Jessie?
The scientific methodology I've adopted to conduct my first, second, and fourth investigation is by qualitative modeling. To be precise, I've acquired the descriptive information such as the conversion of mangrove, building of hard structures, as well as planting of casuarina trees, and address the linkage of it with the resultant changes in the environment of Alam Kara through my modeling study. In pursuant to my third investigation, I've adopted the parametrical estimation method to determine wave intensity and the changing of wave direction caused by the hard structures. To be more precise, I've applied the curvature of sea wave in Alam Kara region into my model simulation as a parameter to estimate the wave intensity and direction. I also took into consideration of the megapod that was constructed into my studies.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie, for
Objection, Your Honor. The details of this question is extremely factual and was not specified in the statement of facts. And thus, I would say it is not according to the rules of the competition, and there's a lot of additional information which is extremely material to the case and thus should not be regarded by the court.
Yeah, Arif, if I may reply.
Yes, proceed.
Yeah, Arif, the case material for the plaintiff specifically states that Ms. Jessie Chung conducted studies, preliminary investigations, as well as consultations. This is within the narrative that is given to us. We have only created a narrative creatively within the boundaries set by the case material. We have not added in anything that is extreme.
I mean, I understand what you're coming from, counsel, but at the end of the day, they just stated that, you know, these are the studies that were undertaken, and then they refer to results. Those are the facts of the competition, right?
That is
So
right.
the methodology of the research, I think, is irrelevant is irrelevant for the purposes of the competition, because the results are already there. So I wouldn't consider this. So question and answer 40 is the court will not regard. So counsel for the defendant, you don't have to ask cross-examination questions in respect of this. Yeah, because the results are already there. Yeah, so the objection is sustained. Thank you.
Yeah, Arif, that concludes the examination in chief of the second plaintiff's witness. With that, Yang Arif, we request the court's permission for the second witness to sign his witness statement.
Proceed.
Much obliged, Yang Arif. Ms. Jessie, please sign your witness statement.
Yes.
Instructing solicitors, please scroll up the tendering of documents. Yang Arif, with the court's permission, we request to mark this witness statement as Exhibit P4.
Yes, proceed. P4. It's marked as P4.
Yang Arif, we request to mark Exhibit B as P5.
Yes, marked as P5.
And we request to mark Exhibit D as P6.
P6. Yes, it's marked as P6.
And further, we request the court's permission to mark Exhibit GD as P7.
Was this already tendered in the prior witness statement?
Previously, the counsel only tendered up to GC. This is GD. This haven't been tendered yet. That's why we're tendering it now. And finally, we request the court's permission to tender Exhibit F as P8.
Right, marked as P7 and P8.
Yang Arif, that concludes the examination in chief. Much obliged, Yang Arif.
Thank you, counsel. Cross.
Good morning, Your Honor. Very good morning to the expert witness, Ms. Jessie. Are you feeling okay today?
Yes, good morning, counsel. I'm fine to continue.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Jessie, I noticed that you are indeed the expert witness in this case. Is that true?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you clearly.
You are indeed an expert witness in this case. Is that true?
Yes.
All right, and you have been in this area for about 20 to 30 years. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. You were also said to be on the on the EIA panel for this project. Is that correct?
Yes, you're right.
Okay. Were you just now in your witness statement, you mentioned that you were not in favor of the project and actually disproved the project. Is that true?
Could you restructure your sentence, Counsel?
In your previous witness statement, you mentioned that you were not in favor of this project and you actually disproved this project from even taking place. Is that true?
Yes, it is true, because the project is very detrimental as a
Okay,
whole.
and why exactly do you say it's detrimental?
Firstly, it is due to the conversion of the 80% of the coastal mangrove forest. As we know, based on my research, the coastal mangrove area acts as the natural defense coastal structure in Alam Kara to withstand erosion, act as a main ecosystem for all the demersal pelagic species, which includes also the crab and prawn species. And it was subjected to 2 mandatory EMP regulations, which is breached last.
Okay, and thank you, Ms. Jessie. So, but however, the details of the reclamation of the mangrove forest was indeed in the EIA, and which was submitted and approved by the DOE. Is that true?
Sorry, Counsel, could you repeat your question?
The details of the reclamation of the mangrove forest of 80% of the mangrove forest was indeed already inside the EIA and already approved by the DOE and your panel. Is that true?
I disagreed, however, it was approved at the end by DOE solely.
All right. Were you by any way disappointed or angry that they still approved the project despite your disapproval?
I just feel it is weird and it is illogical based on my research, but there is no hatred or anger against that.
Okay. All right. Are you aware of the mega port development project by the state that is situated in the north of Alam Kara?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. And did you do, were you on the EIA panel of the state project?
I wasn't an EIA panel at that time.
All right. And did you do personal research onto the impacts of the megaport project to the coastal regions of Alam Kara?
Correct. It was due to my expertise.
You did do research, personal research, meaning despite not being in the EIA panel, you carried out research into the effects of the megaport project.
Yes, it is due to my pure interest and love to the nature in Alam Kara.
Okay, and what was the results of that studies that you said to have conducted?
I found that the port will only cause a minimal effect on the environment of Alam Kara. And this because the port was only approved and commenced construction in year 2016. For such a mega port to constructed, it takes at least a decade, but the changes in environment of Alam Kara happened way more earlier since 2015. And that's the year where the defendant converted the mangrove area. And that also supplements my point why I've objected the development project by SSC initially. And in addition, the port is very far away from Padang Kelapa.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jessie. So are you aware of what is the function of this port?
Yes.
And what is that?
It is act as a mega port for the ships to stop.
Okay, and do you agree with me that any development of any ports is indeed extremely detrimental to any sort of coastal hydrology?
However, it is not in our case here.
And why is that so? What exactly did the development of the megaport do to mitigate such detrimental effects of coastal hydrology?
I mentioned that is not the case for our case scenario here. It's mainly due to my research on the methods of the building of the hard structures in front of site of SSC. And with the angle of the wave breaker, it actually reflected back the wave outwards to the area of Padang Kelapa, and that wouldn't cause any changes of coastal hydrology at the area of the Padang Kelapa area region where the landing marine fishing ground located, or the coastal of the mangrove forest and the beach where the plaintiff house is located at.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Jessie. As an expert in coastal hydrology, do you think that effects of hydrology is complicated and hard to understand for a common mind?
Could you repeat your question, Council?
As an expert in coastal hydrology, do you think that the effects of such developments and the effects of hydrology in general is complicated and hard to understand for a common mind, such as myself or the witnesses?
Yes, however, it is within my ambit and my expertise.
Yeah, I'm not questioning you, I'm just
Yes.
asking, is it complicated?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that something, for example, were to happen far away in terms of distance in a coastal situation can still be detrimental to other places?
Could you be more specific in your question, Council?
With the permission of God, I would like to give an example. For example, if a development were to be occurred in Port Dickson, would the effect still be felt in the Greece and Bilan?
Council, I suggest that your question is quite subjective. Could you pinpoint in our current map, what is the specific place you are pointing at?
Okay, in that case, could I get my my instructing solicitor to present the screen on the current map of Alam Kara? Instructing solicitor, could you zoom in slightly? Could you zoom in a bit more? Okay, Miss Jessie. Hello, Miss Jessie, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me that, for example, something as what you claim, the effects of the seawater and the seawall and breakwater was felt on the plaintiff's house in Kampung Padang Kelapa, is that true?
Yes, it affects the shoreline at the coastal area and the beach area.
Okay, likewise, is the new mega project also possible to affect the areas within Padang Kelapa as well as SSC?
As I mentioned earlier, based on my thorough research on the method and the angle of the building of both hard structures, it wouldn't be possible for the coastal hydrology, or wave reflection would be caused by the megaport affect the area of the Padang Kelapa. It will just reflected outwards against the area where the plaintiff house is located at. However, based on the natural movement of the wave originated from the fishing ground, it reflects back the wave to the fishing ground as well as the coastal area, which is represented by the yellow color part and the beach in purple. And that stronger and turbulent waves caused erosion and deteriorated the shoreline instead. And that's my stance that the megaport would not cause any effect to the shoreline at Padang Kelapa.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jessie. Moving on. If you still remember the map that was presented earlier, you do agree to some extent that effects of certain developments can have an effect on faraway places, as was seen in SSC and Padang Kelapa.
In general, yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jessie. Okay, you mentioned in your witness statement that Casuarina trees is invasive and can't withstand erosion. Is that true?
Very true.
Okay, but you also mentioned in your witness statement, you did not exactly specify the effects of erosion, and that only that the felled Casuarina trees would inhibit female hawksbill turtle. Doesn't that apply to any trees that were to be planted on the coast?
Are you talking about the reduction of the turtles, the effect of it?
You mentioned that the only way the Casuarina trees would cause the reduction in turtles is because if the tree were to fall, it would in respects of the female hawksbill turtle, yeah? If the tree were to fall, it would inhibit their movement, which thus inhibits their nesting. Is that true?
That is one. The other point is because it releases allelophatic toxin. As I say, it is invasive in nature. It changes the soil property value into more acidic. And that is the nesting habit of the turtle to nest at the soil condition with a higher pH value of 7. With that, it deters the turtles from coming ashore to nest.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Are you aware that casuarina trees are used in beaches all over the world, including Australia, New Zealand, Florida?
Yeah, of course, I'm aware of that, and mainly it's because of appearance purpose, for a better appearance, I mean.
And yet all these places, not the whole globe, the beaches of many coastal regions that have used casuarina trees do not undergo severe effects of erosion. Is that, would you agree with me?
Disagree.
All right. And okay, in that case, what would you say is the appropriate vegetation that should have been planted by SSC?
Are you asking my opinion?
Yes, I'm asking your opinion, since you are the expert in opinion.
Yeah.
Sorry?
And it seems like your expert is not within his knowledge to suggest you on this. So if I'm able to explain to you, the better and appropriate vegetation to be planted along the shore is the mangrove area, the mangrove trees. This because they have the buttress root system, which is more solid, and it can grasp the soil beneath, and it can withstand erosion certainly.
I agree with you on that, obviously, as you are the expert, right? However, don't you think it's a bit illogical to plant mangrove trees on a beach? Mangrove trees are naturally planted in more swampy areas and muddy areas, isn't that right?
Yeah, and the mangrove area represented by the yellow part in the map is actually the muddy area.
Correct, but I'm referring to the beach per se, like the beach in where our plaintiff's house was situated.
Correct.
So you would agree with me that mangrove tree is not suitable to be planted there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
However, there are still other soft structures that could be constructed on that.
Okay, were you aware of the effects of the megaport development on SSC?
Yeah, and I've explained just now.
Arif, objection. The question was asked and answered previously. She's asking the same question again.
Apologies, Council.
Please proceed, Council. Sustained.
All right. Okay. And do you think that the sorry, are you aware that the mangrove trees that were reclaimed? Sorry, apologies. Yeah, give me a second. Okay, never mind. I'll move on to the second point regarding the landings of marine fish in Alam Kara. May I ask where exactly you got that material from? If the court may allow, can I ask my instructing solicitor to present landings of marine fish in Alam Kara, Melaka by species?
Yes, proceed, Council.
Sorry, you are on mute.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my instructing solicitor. Yeah. All right. Okay, moving on. Yeah, can you clarify where exactly you got this Exhibit F or Exhibit P7 as was presented in the court?
I got it personally from the Fisheries Department in Alam Kara.
Okay, is there any way you can verify that you got it?
No, but I'm able to testify on the authenticity of these landing marine fishes tabulated data, as I get it personally from the Fisheries Department of Alam Kara.
Okay, don't you think it would have been a bit more believable to court if you at least put a logo or a stamp on it, or at least called someone from the Fisheries Department to testify?
Arif, objection. Arif, this matter was already addressed in the clarification given to the plaintiff. In the clarification, it specifically stated that Exhibit F, titled Landing of Marine Fish in Alam Kara, Melaka by Species, was given to the plaintiffs by the Fisheries Department, which is the state authority.
Yes, Council, I allow the objection. Can you move on?
All right, much obliged, Your Honor. Okay, regarding the reduction, we saw a reduction in which year, Ms. Jessie? A severe reduction?
Since 2015, where the conversion of mangrove happens.
2015, but in 2015 we see an increase from 2010.
And what is the specific species you are referring to?
Generally, these are all the fishes that are being
However,
fished by the plaintiff, am I right?
you are wrong. Not all are the fishes being fished by the plaintiff. It were only the demersal and pelagic species as well as the crab and prawn species. And some of the species here considered the marine fishes, and it is not within the fisheries production where the plaintiff relies on for his claim.
Okay, so what exactly decreased between 2010 and 2015?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
You mentioned earlier that there was a reduction in 2015. Could you point out the reduction?
Yes, certainly. As you refer to Kurau and Senohong, that is the demersal species. As you can see, the reduction happened drastically since 2015. As for Talang, it is also considered the demersal species. The reduction also happens since 2015.
All right.
And also for Chinjaru, it is also the demersal species where you can see the reduction happens since 2015.
Okay, you seem to be just looking at this, pointing out every other reduction, not knowing if it's invasive or not, but it's all right.
The demersal and pelagic
it's okay. That was just to clarify. I'm not asking the defendant anything.
Just proceed, counsel. Ask the questions that you need
All
to
right.
know.
Mr. Jesse, Miss Jesse, would you agree that in 2016 there was an even severe reduction in terms of the number of fishes?
For certain fishes, yes.
Okay, do you know what happened in 2016?
I'm referring to the effect or the reduction since 2015, and was caused by the conversion. And based on my research, there is no other factors causing the reduction other than the conversion of the mangrove as well as the building of the hard structures.
All right, so wait, you have not answered my question. Do you know what happened in 2016 in terms of the development along Alam Kara?
Yes, as we mentioned earlier, there is a megapod and I'm aware of it. I've taken into consideration of that factor and it does not serve any effect to the reduction of fishes here.
Okay, and that's your supposed expert opinion, am I right?
Yes, it is based on my research.
Okay, don't you think it's a bit, in a sense, funny that everything, there's a severe reduction in 2016, yet you choose not to blame the megapod development situated in Alam Kara?
Counsel, following your logic, as we can see for the particular species of Tenggiri.
Witness, can I just clarify? I mean, you are qualifying the different types of fish, but look at the total here. So 2016, there's 219 tons. And then in 2017, there's 164. So the question is, was there a reduction or was there not?
Yes, there is a reduction. However, I've stated earlier, there's no reason, the reduction is not caused by the megapod whatsoever.
But then, as a judge, I just want to clarify, wasn't the pod built in 2016?
Correct.
So isn't it possible that the reduction, well, somehow or other, you know, the reduction in the catch, somehow or other, possibly, might be not 100%, 20, 30, who knows, you know, it might have been contributed by the building of the pod because there's a massive reduction here. Possibly, is it possible or is it impossible? So, I mean, to rule it out completely, I think it's a bit bizarre, isn't it? Is it possible?
Yes, young Arif, as I can refer you to the title of this Exhibit F, it clearly states the landing of marine fishes in Alam Kara. And therefore, it was this whole tabulated data is targeted towards specifically the places where the plaintiff got these landing marine fishes, which is first from the pink fishing ground, secondly, from the conversion area where the crabs and prawn species lives in. And as I mentioned earlier, due to the way of the construction of the hard structures, it has reflected away the waste which could be possibly caused by the megapod away from the area of Padang Kelapa. And if and only if the hard structures were not built in the first, from very first beginning, possibly it will cause the reduction of species at the area or region of Padang Kelapa. However, due to the construction and based on my thorough research, I do not think there is any effect caused by the building of the megaport towards the reduction of fishes in those two particular areas that I've mentioned earlier.
I know that a witness, but I'm just saying that, you know, I don't look at it as a hard structure or, you know, this different type of fish, got fish here, fish there. I'm just saying that, you know, there was an increase from 2005, 2010, 2015, there's an increase. And suddenly in 2016, it just literally dropped. And I understand your view, but it's really hard for you to rule out, even as an expert, that it has nothing to do with the pot.
Yes.
So I think that's my
Yes.
clarification that I just needed from you, because it's highly improbable for, well, I think the figures speak for itself. So as a judge, I thought I would want to know that. Proceed, counsel.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I think, yeah, the rest of us here, with a certain sense of I wouldn't say common sense. I'm not saying the expert witness does not have common sense, but in general view, we can agree that in 2016 there was a very severe deduction, and in 2016 was also, I put it to the court that it was also the year that the mega port started developing. Additionally, just to clarify with the witness, these landings of marine fish in Alam Kara, is it dependent? How exactly is the data collected?
The data was collected by the Alam Fisheries Department, and they have been there keeping in record of the number of fishes annually since way earlier, before 2005.
My question is how? Like, how do they count the number of tons? Is it based on what the fishermen bring to shore, or do they go inside the sea and weigh the fish? How does it work?
Yeah, Arif, objection. Yeah, Arif, the counsel has exceeded his 20 minutes.
Committee has not informed me. I allow that one last question.
Thank you.
You see, witness, this is a problem. When you tender something, you know, that's not within your knowledge, and how do you then answer the questions? But never mind. You can agree or disagree. You say you don't know, and then we end the cross.
Much obliged, Your Honor. If you don't mind, extension of 1 minute or 2 minutes to let the witness answer, since he seems to be an expert of this ground.
Yes, maybe just answer to this question, maybe 30 seconds, and then we can close the cross, please.
All right, thank you. Much obliged, Your Honor. So, Ms. Jassi, could you answer the question? How exactly is the data collected?
Yes, the data is collected by the Fisheries of Department of Alam Kara. However, I've did my research after that. Yes.
You still have yet to answer the question, but that's all right.
It was, yeah, I have no knowledge on how they've reached this data, because it's out of my knowledge. It's done by the Fisheries Department.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Jessie. May I just put to the court a fact that the significant reduction along the years is not only in respect to what exactly happened in terms of development, but we have to take into account additional things such as the weather, monsoon seasons in Malaysia extremely fickle, as well as in 2019 and 2020 per se.
Counsel, I think you can place that in submissions, so we will hear you on this later.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ree?
Yeah, Arif, my name is Jaya, and I appear before this court to conduct the re-examination of the second plaintiff's witness, Ms. Jessie Chung. Ms. Jessie, I just have a few questions for you based on the question that was raised to you earlier. Earlier, you stated that you objected to the SSC project, right?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the court why you objected to it?
Yes. Firstly, it was due to the conversion of the mangrove forest. This because the conversion of the 80% of the mangrove area, which is 8 hectares, is quite huge.
Counsel, I'm sorry to interject, but I think this is already canvassed in his examination in chief. So maybe we can move on to the next question. It's already in his witness statement. Why?
Not an issue. Ms. Jessie, based on your expert opinion, you earlier stated, based to the answer that was to the question that was raised by the opposing counsel, that the port could not cause any damage. I mean, in terms of erosion at Padang Kelapa, right?
Yes.
And can you please explain why you made that statement?
This is because the erosion had happened way much earlier in 2015, where the conversion has started, and the mangrove forest certainly acts as a coastal natural defense structure. With the conversion of such, it could not withstand erosion, and the port is actually started to commence since 2016, as we know. For such a huge port to be under construction, it would take at least 10 or 15 years to be completed. Hence, based on my research, I see no reason that it caused further erosion to the area of Padang Kelapa, as well as my reasoning on the building of the hut structures, where the wave would be reflected outwards against the area of Padang Kelapa instead.
Ms. Jessie, you acted as the EIA panelist for the developers, is that right? Correct?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
Earlier, you stated that you acted as the EIA panelist for the defendants, right?
I acted as an EIA panelist for this SSC project development under the Department of Environment. I've been appointed as an independent committee member.
And based on this, the panel's opinions and approval process, were there any restrictions that were placed upon the defendants?
Yes, there are two mandatory environmental management plan requirements to be complied by the SSC developers. Firstly, they could only build soft structures but not hard structures where the building as such has caused further erosion. Secondly, they could only plant appropriate vegetation.
And can you explain what you mean by appropriate vegetation?
An appropriate vegetation, firstly, it should not be invasive. Secondly, it should be native. And based on the characteristic and my understanding on the casuarina trees, it is highly invasive by releasing allelophatic toxin, and it is not appropriate as compared to mangrove because it's unable to deter erosion with its shallow root system. Yes.
Thank you. Earlier, you stated that the port could not cause any reduction to the fishes, the number of fishes in the Alankara region, correct?
Correct.
Can you please explain to us how you made that decision, how you made that conclusion?
Firstly, this because the building of the hut structures, certainly, it had reflected any side effect of the changes of the wave tide away from the area of Padang Kelapa. As such, it won't affect the region of the fishing ground as well as the mangrove area where the crab, prawns, demersal and pelagic species lays in. And also the port has just commenced construction since 2016, and the reduction of the number of the demersal and pelagic species as well as the crab and prawn species happened since 2015. And before 2015, there is no reduction by inferring from the exhibit from the Fisheries Department of Alamkara.
Ms. Jessie, earlier you stated you were aware of the development of the port, right?
Correct.
And in your knowledge, was the port concluded? I mean, was it finished in building or is it still under construction?
It is still under construction.
Earlier, you stated that the port couldn't cause any reduction in fishes. So what then is, in your expert opinion, caused the reduction of fishes?
Firstly, due to the conversion of the coastal and mangrove forests. As to the result or effect of the conversion towards the demersal and pelagic species, this is because the species would actually lay their eggs in the mangrove forest. And without the mangrove area, the sea wave caused by the reflection, which is turbulent, could easily wash away the eggs, causing and leading further the decreasing of the number of the demersal and pelagic species. As for the demersal and pelagic species lives in the fishing ground, the reflection of waves push away the fishing ground, push it further away. This because due to the stronger and turbulent wave action through the reflection, and it also erodes the fishing ground, as we can infer from the exhibit D as well. And that struck the, yes.
Arif, before I proceed the question, I request the instructing solicitor to display exhibit F. Apologies, exhibit D, current map of Alamkara.
Yes.
Earlier, you stated that the coastal mangrove acts as a nursery ground. right? Can you please point to us on the map where is the nursery ground for the fishes?
The nursery ground for the fishes is at the yellow part of the area, which is the mangrove forest.
And what happened to this nursery ground?
With the conversion of more than 80, with the conversion of 80% of the mangrove forest, it leads to the destruction of the fishing, the area as a nursery ground for these demersal pelagic eggs. And due to the reflection of waste, which is more turbulent caused by the building of the hard structures, it actually washed away the fishes' eggs and lead to the further reduction of the number of pelagic and demersal species. As we can see from this map as well, the fishing ground is way much smaller and further away, and this is similarly caused by the reflection of waves. And that destroy the demersal and pelagic species lives in the fishing ground. And for the reduction of the crab and prawn species, it was certainly caused by the conversion of mangrove as well, because that is their main natural habitat.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Yang Arif, that concludes the re-examination of the witness. Much obliged, Yang Arif.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jessie, for coming to court today and giving your expert evidence. The court thanks you for your time and expertise. You are hereby released as a witness. Plaintiff, are you closing your case?
Yes, Yang Arif. With the court's permission, we request the instructing solicitor to display the skeletal closing submission.
This skeletal submission is supposed to be submitted now, or is it after the defendant has closed its case? Hold on, let me just check. Right. I think we get the defendant to open and close their case first, and the submissions are after both parties are finished. So you can address all the points raised by various parties, yeah?
Certainly, Yang Arif. Much obliged.
Proceed, defendant.
Much obliged. Okay, I think I'll begin with the defendant's opening statement. May it please this honorable court. Your Honor, my name is Chia Clement as the Defense Counsel 1. Appearing with me today is Yishal Tilanadan as the Defense Counsel number 2. And it is our utmost pleasure to represent the defendant, Sunshine City Developer, in this very important case. This case is about the plaintiff who claims that the defendant, Sunshine City Project, has caused negative impact onto the plaintiff and the residents of Padang Kelapa, including the alleged erosion, changes in topography and soil properties in Padang Kelapa, Alam Kara. He also claimed that due to the defendant's negligence and or omission, he suffered the injury after his porch collapsed onto him. Your Honor, the defendant is Sunshine City Developer with the company number of 1569689-P, a company that incorporated under the Companies Act 1985, and the defendant's main business is not only development and construction service, but also a leading pioneer in developing green township and green technology for the living. And in 2014, the defendant had obtained the necessary tender document and also permit from the state authority to develop Alam Kara for the benefit of Alam Kara's residents. And the major project is reclamation, conversion, and development of the coastal area to the immediate north of Alam Kara, or known as Padang Batu, for the purpose of development known as Sunshine City, or SSC project. The defendant strongly denies that the plaintiff claim in his statement of claim, and the plaintiff is to be put to strict proof on the following. The activities of the plaintiff and the alleged negative impact is caused to the plaintiff and the residents of Padang Kelapa. Any connection between the SSC project and the alleged claim by the plaintiff, purported failure by the defendant to comply with the Environmental Management Plan, or known as EMP, and Environmental Impact Assessment, or known as EIA, as required by the local authority. Alleged negligence of the defendant in its duty and thereby caused personal injury, loss, and damage to the plaintiff. The defendant argued that the changes happening was due to natural coastal occurrence and other project that was happening nearby, and it has nothing to do with SSC project under the defendant's supervision. The claim made by the plaintiff against the defendant are random, baseless, and vexatious towards the defendant. Your Honor, the defense will call upon two witnesses to the stand, which are Ms. Sharifah binti Abdullah, who is the Sunshine City Project Director, and also Mr. Jasper Edward, who is an environmental consultant. The defense witness number 1 will testify that SSC project, which involves land use change for the purpose of development in Alam Kara, is a project that will provide better socio-economic benefit as well as infrastructure enhancement for the people there. And the SSC and Ms. Sharifah will testify that the SSC has complied with the necessary condition imposed on the SSC on the environmental front, and the SSC has no connection with the supposed erosion, accretion, and other associated impact encountered in Padang Kelapa. The SSC has acted reasonably by taking necessary measure in controlling or mitigating extensive erosion caused by the new mega state port project, which is done by the state, which was not under the supervision of a defendant. And not under the supervision of the defendant, construction of seawall and breakwater was done to protect the coastline of SSC and also at the same time will benefit the coastline of Alam Kara. For the defense witness number 2, Mr. Jasper, who is appointed as the EIA consultant for the defendant, he will testify that the SSC project has carried out and secured all necessary processes and consultation and approval to carry out this project, and carried out alternative measure to protect the ecosystem impact and 20% of the coastal mangrove forest, as well as to reduce overall pressure on the fish stocks by introducing intervention of compensation and reskilling of the fishes, which successfully reduced the number of fishes, and complied and carried out a mitigation measure to reinforce the coastal defense provided by the mangrove forest by employing soft structure, green infrastructure along the SSC coastline, and reinforce the southern beach of SSC with vegetation. Based on his preliminary study as well, from the coastal vulnerability assessment carried out in 2019, significant changes in the coastline dynamic hydrology have caused the current intensity, which mean wave height, erosion, and accretion of Alam Kara shoreline. And these changes mainly caused by the newly commenced megaport project development, which was not under the defendant's supervision. And the SSC has taken immediate and proactive measure in constructing seawalls and breakwater to better enhance the coastline defense. Your Honor, the plaintiff may claim that the plaintiff injury and or loss directly caused by the defendant's negligence or omission through the SSC project. However, the defense will prove that there are loopholes and inconsistency in the plaintiff's case by adducing oral and documentary evidence filed in the defendant's bundle of documents. The defense will prove that the plaintiff injury or loss are not caused by the defendant nor the SSC project, and the defense denies all claim put forward by the plaintiff in his SOC, submission of claim. It is settled law that the burden of proving negligence is on to the plaintiff. The plaintiff must prove that the defendant owes the plaintiff a duty of care, that the duty of care was breached, and that the state breach caused the plaintiff to suffer loss or damages. The classic maxim that she who asserts must prove her assertion applies here as codified in Section 101 of the Evidence Act 1950. The Caparo threefold test will be invoked to prove the remoteness of the causation in link between the plaintiff and the defendant. It also can be seen in a case by Donoghue versus Stevenson in 1932, and also in Section 101 of the Evidence Act 1950, and also in Majlis Perbandaran Ampang Jaya versus Stevenson, Phua Chenlong, and Ors in 2016 and in 2006. Your Honor, having regards to the fact and circumstances surrounding the case, the defense asks you that the claim to be dismissed with the cause of the plaintiff to make public apology towards the defendant.
Right, your time has ended. Are you done, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Good. You can start calling your first witness.
All right, thank you. Much obliged. The defense would like to call upon the first witness, Ms. Sharifah binti Abdullah, to the stand. Okay, witness, mind taking the oath?
Okay. I swear in the presence of the Almighty God that the evidence I shall give to the court touching the matter in question shall be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, thank you, witness. All right, Mr. Sharifa, can you please introduce yourself, your name and your residential address?
Okay. My name is Sharifa and I reside at the Jalan Parameswara, Malacca.
All right, can you tell the court what is the purpose of your presence here today?
I'm here as the witness for Sunshine City Development to provide my statement with respect to the claim brought by my employer, in particular with respect to the project I am leading.
Can you please share with us your qualification and the experience you have in your field?
I am a civil engineer by qualification and have been working in this field of project development for over 20 years.
Oh, sounds very impressive. So, can you tell us when did you join and what's your role in the project of Sunshine City Development and Sunshine City?
I joined the company Sunshine Development in 2010 as the general manager and have been part of the team developing the project concept and proposal of the Sunshine City in Alam Kara. In 2017, I was promoted to be the project director for Sunshine City. As we were half through the phase one, the project was moving along pretty well and slightly ahead of the schedule. I have been leading and overseeing the project since and am about to kickstart the phase two of the development.
Yang Arif,
Great.
the plaintiffs like to raise an objection against the defendant because they are not following closely to the witness statement that they have served to the plaintiff.
I don't have a copy of this witness statement, neither has it been flashed. So, counsel, can you flash the witness statement? Counsel for the defendant?
Excuse me. Okay, the defense would like to say, the reply will be, actually, it is it is a version that we actually break out the question to allow the witness to answer concisely.
Right,
And
but
the court,
I don't have
yes.
the copy of the witness statement. Can perhaps the version be flashed? I can take a look at it.
In
Should
that
the
case,
original
may I, if the court allows, can I have my solicit instructor to present our edited witness statement?
Yes.
Yang Arif, they are presenting an edited witness statement which was never served to the plaintiff. There's an element of surprise here.
I think I can reply. To reply on that, to reply to that, we don't add any additional information, but we've just simply followed the narration of the follow of the case.
Yang
So it's
Arif,
still within the scope.
Yang Arif, the plaintiff would like to request for permission to display the witness statement that the defendant had served to the plaintiff to show that there are discrepancies between the witness statement that they are flashing right now and the one that they served to us.
Yes, you can flash. I want to see.
Instructing solicitor, please display the witness statement that we have received from the defendant. Instructing solicitor, plaintiff instructing solicitor, please display the original witness statement that the defendant has served to the plaintiff.
Have they served on you this edited one or the revised one?
They did not serve the revised witness statement to us.
Well, I mean, it's quite common for solicitors to just serve supplementary or revised witness statements handed over in court on the day actually.
However, Yang Arif, they never requested leave from the court to amend their witness statement or remind us that they have a revised version of the witness statement. If I am allowed to point out the discrepancies between the witness statement that they were reading and the current witness statement that we received.
Please.
Witness statement, please, instructing solicitor, please go to DW1's witness statement. Yes, in referring to this witness statement in question number 2, the defendant is not following the questions closely in the sense that they are not reading the witness statement in verbatim. Instead of asking, could you please describe your occupation and role, they're asking the witness the question, can you please tell us your qualification? And furthermore, they are also splitting up question 2 into multiple questions. And
Right.
Your Honor, can I have a reply on this?
Okay, I note your objections, counsel for the plaintiff. Yes, Clement.
All right. Much obliged. I think the intention why we amend or we revise the version is to actually allow the court to better understand, and also to.
I mean, if it's not different, why can't you just use this one? If you don't need to break down the questions. If there's no material difference here, just use this one. Is there not a material difference?
I think we can revert back to the original.
Yeah, because you're not served it to the other side, you see, and then I don't want to spend 15 minutes of this court's time arguing on that witness statement or this witness statement. So just follow what you've served before.
All right,
and
understood.
You can read out this instead, right?
All right.
Okay, proceed.
With that being said, yeah, we will revert back to the original witness statement.
Okay, counsel plaintiff happy? I see you smiling there. Okay, let's proceed.
Okay, can we have additional 2 minutes, to find back our our witness statement, the original witness statement?
Yes, sure.
All right, thank you. Much obliged. Your Honor, if I may, I think let me explain the intention, the revision of the witness statement is because we added question which specifically allow us to address any evidence to be showcased by our instructing solicitor, like for example the map of Alam Kara, or even the brochure, which was not initially put down in the question, but it was submitted in our bundle of document.
I think what you can do is, okay, you can read the original witness statement and then the different additional questions that you want to ask that addresses, the evidence raised or filed by the plaintiff, because they filed their own bundles, because none of you can agree on the bundles. Then, you can ask it by way of supplementary questions. So then I think that's fair. The plaintiff can take note of the supplementary questions and then they can respond to it. Yep. But so you read the original and the difference, you can flash that and ask it as supplementary questions. So you don't put it as a revised witness statement. You just put it as supplementary questions to the original witness statements. That I think is fine. I think that's fair.
All right, understood. Much obliged, Your Honor.
Before the plaintiff raises an objection, again, while the witness is reading the witness statement. So take note, yeah, plaintiff's counsel, if they want to ask supplementary questions, they should be able to, because it's based on the bundles that you have filed. Because you can't agree on the bundles, right? Okay, can we proceed? Proceed, please.
All right, thank you. Much obliged. So we'll begin with the question one. Can you please tell the court the purpose of your presence here today?
I am here as the witness for Sunshine City Development to provide my statement with respect to the claim brought by my employer, in particular with respect to the project I am leading.
Could you please describe your occupation and the role with the company and the project, Sunshine City Development and Sunshine City?
I am a civil engineer by qualification and have been working in the field of project development for over 20 years. I joined company Sunshine Development in 2010 as a general manager and had been part of the team developing the project concept and proposal for the Sunshine City in Alamkara. In 2017, I was promoted as the project director for Sunshine City as we were halfway through the phase one and the project was moving along pretty well and is slightly ahead of the schedule. I've been leading and overseeing the project since and about to kickstart the phase 2 of the development.
Okay. Moving on. Can you please share with the court on your knowledge of the claim made by the plaintiff?
As the evidence by all documentation put before the court, Sunshine City Development was project approved in 2014, which involved land use changes for the purpose of development. The project is ahead of its time in terms of the project design and plan, as well as the technology and service which will be brought to Alamkara, the state as well as the country. A township centered on highly specialized medical service and future higher education opportunities catered for the national as well as international appetite. This project will have significant socio-economic benefit to district through the job creation, infrastructure enhancement, along with the multi-alternative economic opportunities. We had gone through the long but necessary process of securing the necessary approval at all levels. We had also consulted with all stakeholder groups and communicated with the nature, design, scope of the project. We also identified and complied with all the necessary mitigation and management action to the best of our ability and our knowledge.
Wow, interesting project there. Were there any measure to address the possible loss of revenue resulting from the conversion of coastal forests?
Yes, as there are numbers of concerns raised, a social impact assessment and environmental impact assessment was carried out. And to address concern related to the possible loss of the fisheries ground, a plan was devised to provide two interventions in two means, which is financial compensation for the fishery who would like to opt out of the fishery. And the second one is the reskilling of the fishery for the higher industry service sector for employment within Sunshine City. We have effectively implemented two interventions and have to reduce the number of registered fisher in Alamkara by 25%.
All right. With the court's permission, I would like my soliciting officer to present the brochure of the witness project of
Yes,
Sunshine City Development.
yes, proceed.
Okay. Based on this brochure, witness, Ms. Sharifah, what was the purpose of Sunshine City Reclamation Project?
It's for the we plan to build a specialty hospital, residential apartment, commercial shop lot, building, and operating the road and road line. It's for the benefit of the people in Alamkara.
Wow, that's extra mile to go there for a company that actually focuses in development, also focuses on the social economic of the people. Okay. Please, is this official brochure produced by the Sunshine City Development?
Yes, of course.
And would you agree? Okay. Sorry. I think with that, I would like my solicitor officer to stop presenting and revert back to the witness statement. Okay, moving on. Has the project complied with the condition of Sunshine City approval on the environmental front?
In general, yes, we have. The two main points within the EMP in question related to, firstly, with the requirement planting vegetation at the southeast coastline of the project, and we have done so the best of our abilities as to have the planted casuarina trees.
Seems like your company did go through all the hassle to make sure that you get the appropriate approval.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, can you please tell the court your knowledge with respect to the erosion and accretion affecting Padang Kelapa and the connection with Sunshine City development?
Okay, we actually had no knowledge with respect any connection between the Sunshine City project and the supposed erosion, aceration, and other associated impact encountered in Padang Kelapa. Having been involved in this project for about decades and now having been presented in this locality of most of my life, I've personally seen the change in Malacca and Alamkara coastline over the years. Erosion and aceration are no doubt established natural occurrence. When we plan this project, we are bound to factor such phenomena. The Strait of Malacca has witnessed a drastic and countless coastal development over the years, and these have been known to contribute toward the coastal hydrology among the others. The incentive maritime activities, coastal development, coupled with the impact of climate changes, new development, and have the benefit of factoring this impact in the future project and design. Sunshine City has its proposal stage factor all this possible impact and develop the project accordingly. Indeed, the seawall and breakwater was actually not specifically provided in the project proposal. However, a new state project, which is a mega in nature, had caused the need for immediate intervention. In general, an extensive port development approximately 21 kilometers north to the Sunshine City was approved in 2015, and a massive dredging, reclamation, and development commenced. Sometimes in late of 2018 and early of 2019, extension erosion was encountered in the northern beach of Sunshine City. Based on initial observation and a rapid assessment conducted, it was determined that the intermediate intervention would be needed to safeguard the almost complete super specialty center, which was at the waterfront. The construction of the artificial island and other hard structure was having long-range erosion impact along the coastline of Malacca. As it was deemed of the immediate risk, a task force was established to identify immediate option, and it was deemed that the seawall would be constructed as a water break. The seawall would fortify the shoreline and secure the specialty center, whereas the water break will protect the coastline of Sunshine City. Preliminary modeling indicate that the water break would also lend its benefit to the coastline of Alamkara. The construction was rushed and completed in July of 2019. This is because a further modeling and assessment have been determined that the port development is indeed having a significant impact, including the erosion of Alamkara. If the immediate intervention was not met, it is estimated that eventually all the super specialty center would have been ruined.
Okay, with the permission of the court, allow my soliciting officer to present the map of the development of Alam Kara and also the current map.
Yes, proceed.
And was that? All right. Okay. Okay, Miss Sharifa, you confirm that this was the plan that Sunshine City had in mind, right, when developing Alam Kara?
Yes, it was.
Okay, interacting solicitor, can you go to the next map, which is the current map? Yeah, the current map of Alam Kara. it's below. Yeah, okay, correct. Yeah, zoom in. For the benefit of the court, can you point out what's that one difference that is? Point out the difference between the current map and also the planned development map of Alamkara.
As you can see, the obvious difference is totally the megaport at 21 kilometers ahead from the Sunshine City. And there was a water break constructed by our company in order to protect our specialty center.
Okay, sorry. Pardon. With that being said, was the state of megaport development taken into consideration during the initial stages of SSC development plan?
Of course not. It is not within our expectation that there will massive port development will be carried out in the near the Sunshine City.
Okay. Okay. What was the proactive measure taken by Sunshine City developer in combating the extensive erosion caused by the new state project megaport development?
We have to build the water break and seawall. It's because we need to protect our specialty center because the erosion is quite massive after the development of the port.
Okay, Anjali, I think last question from me will be, do you have any justification of why the construction of the water break and seawall was constructed in a rush without prior approval of EIA and EMP?
Construction was rushed and completed in July 2019 is because we are trying to protect the specialty center as well as the Alamkara coastline. However, we don't have much cost to cover all the shoreline, so we just need an immediate intervention to cover to secure our super specialty center.
All right. Thank you, witness. With that, I would like to end my examining in chief.
Thank you, counsel. Plaintiff Cross.
Permission from the court, the plaintiff shall now commence cross-examination against PW1, Ms. Sharifah binti Abdullah. Ms. Sharifah, I have several questions for you today. So firstly, you started as the general manager in SSC development project, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and that is in 2010. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes, and then you were promoted to the director correct?
Yes, correct.
And that happened in 2017.
Yes.
So you have been with this SSC project for more than 10 years, correct?
Yes, you're right.
So as the director, you'd be the person responsible for the entire SSC development project, correct?
Yes, of course. That's why we create all the necessary
Okay, thank you,
process.
Ines. Thank you, Ines. So you were aware that prior approval from the DOE is required to commence this development project, correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Yes, you are also aware that you need to conduct an environmental impact assessment in order to start development, correct?
Yes, you're right.
So you're aware that this SSC development project will cause negative environmental impacts, correct? Do you agree with me?
No. Disagree.
Okay, thank you. So you have also conducted public consultation with various stakeholders, correct? Okay,
Yes,
so you were aware that so during the public consultation, you were aware that there were local residents in Alamkara. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes. So was PW1, did you consult PW1?
It's not me, but yes, our project carry out to consult all the residents.
I'm not asking whether you have conducted public consultation. I'm asking whether SSC during the public consultation, did you consult PW1?
Yes.
Yes, but earlier you said that you didn't know, but now you are saying yes.
We are saying that we didn't know any connection between the SSC project with the erosion. because we're compliant with
Witness,
all the
witness.
EIA.
Witness, I'm asking you a question. Whether PW1 was within the consultation that you have conducted.
Yes.
What
of
is your
course.
answer? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So you were actually aware that this whole SSC project will have negative environmental impacts on the local residents in Alam Kara, and that includes PW1. Do you agree with me?
Objection. Leading question. Leading. The prosecution is leading the witness.
Yeah, Arif, I believe leading questions are allowed in cross-examination.
Oh, pardon.
Yeah, Arif, may I proceed?
Yes, just note, counsel. I mean, you don't have to raise your voice at the witness. If you usually witness, just to tell you, usually what counsel will say before they cross-examine is that when they ask you a question in cross-examination, is a yes or no answer. And then if they point out something to you, you can agree or disagree. So maybe counsel, you should ask it that way. You don't say witness. Okay, that's borders on badgering the witness. I won't allow that. So please put the questions carefully. Yeah.
Much obliged, Arif. Ms. Sharifah, so earlier you stated that you have consulted PW1 during the public consultation, correct? So you were aware that PW1 actually opposed to the project. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes. So despite such opposition by the local residents, including PW1, SSC still decided to proceed with the project. Agree? Do you agree with me?
No, I don't.
Pardon? Can you please speak louder?
I disagree.
You disagree. So if I may point you to your witness statement in question 4. So you stated that as there were numerous concerns raised. So you were aware about these concerns raised, correct?
Yes.
Yes, yet you have proceeded to develop the SSC development project, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, witness. So moving on, I also want to ask you regarding the vegetation that you have planted on the beach front of the SSC project site. So you have planted the casuarina trees, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and according to you, this casuarina trees provided a panoramic view, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So if I may refer you to your exhibit A, your project brochure by Sunshine City Developer.
Yes, sure.
With the permission from the court, I'd like to request for our instructing solicitor to display exhibit A, project brochure by Sunshine City Developer.
Yes, proceed.
Yes, witness, can you see? Do you agree with me that this is a project brochure by Sunshine City Developer?
Yes.
Yes, referring you to the second page of this brochure. So on the first part, our current project, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Yes, on the second point, it was stated that Alam Kara residential apartment with panoramic beachfront and casuarina trees view, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes. Do you agree with me that this is used as a commercial attraction to attract people?
Yes, because we're building
Yes.
for the
Witness. Thank you, witness. Thank you, witness. So furthermore, with the permission of the court, I'd like to refer the witness to Exhibit D, the current map of Alam Kara, dated 2021. Witness, do you agree with me that the SSC, can you see this map being shown on the screen now?
Yes, I can.
Yes, so do you agree with me that the SSC project site is the one between the green rocky sandy beach and the yellow coastal mangrove?
Yes, you're right.
Yes, so instructing solicitor, please zoom into the SSC project site. Yes, so can you see there are multiple X cross in front of the SSC project site? as highlighted by my instructing solicitor. Can you see that? So that are the casuarina trees, correct? Can I get a verbal confirmation from you that are the casuarina trees?
Yes.
Yes. So these casuarina trees were planted by SSC.
Yes, of course.
Yes, okay. So further referring you to, if with the permission from the court, plaintiff would like to request for our instructing solicitor to place map B and also exhibit D side by side.
Yes, proceed.
Instructing solicitor, please zoom into the purple shaded area. So for the purpose of clarification, the map on the right refers to the current map of Alam Kara, while the map on the left refers to the map of Alam Kara before development. So Venus, are you with me, Venus?
Yes, can you repeat?
Yeah, so can you see the purple color shaded area in the map?
Yes, if I may confirm, you're presenting a current map of Alam Kara and our land, or this is before the construction?
Yes, so for the map on the left refers to the current map of Alam Kara, while the map on the right refers to the map of Alam Kara before development. So can you see, like in the purple color area, there's one house which is darkened at the outer side. Can you see the house?
Yes.
Yes, so do you agree with me that that is the PW1's house?
Yes.
Yes. So referring you to map B, instructing solicitor, please zoom into the location of PW1's house. Yes, please do that for map B as well. So do you agree with me that in map B, the map on the right, there was some ground, there was some beach in front of the PW1's house?
Yes, can you repeat your question? Can't hear you.
Yeah, certainly. So on the map on the right, do you agree with me that there is some beach in front of PW1's house?
Yes.
Yes, and in referring you to the map on the left, which is map D, the current map of Alam Kara, do you agree with me that now the PW1's house is situated very close to the sea as compared to the map on the right?
Yes, after the project and after the development of the port.
Thank you, Venus. So your answer is yes, that now for the current map, the plaintiff's house is much closer to the sea. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So I put it to you that the casuarina trees had no effect in withstanding coastal erosion. Do you agree with me?
No, I don't.
So I put it to you that you, SSC, merely planted the casuarina trees for commercial purposes. Do you agree with me? Can I get a verbal confirmation?
Not our main, but yes.
What? Venus, can you please speak up? I can't hear you clearly.
Apart from commercial purpose, it also known as to tighten the shoreline.
Thank you, Venus. So that is for commercial purposes, correct?
Is she an expert in this, counsel?
Arif, even though she's not an expert, but she has received consultation from the DW2 during the development of this project.
Then shouldn't you ask DW2?
Much obliged, Arif.
Right, let's move on.
Okay. Much obliged, Arif. Witness, so you're an engineer for 20 years, correct?
Yes, correct.
So you have also testified within your witness statement that erosion and accretion are natural occurrences in the Straits of Malacca, correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct. So for the SSA development project, you were aware that erosion is going to happen, correct? You agree with me?
Yes, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, certainly. So for the SSC development project, you were aware that erosion is going to happen. Do you agree with me?
You mean before we start our project, right?
Yes.
Yes, it's
Yes, you are
one
aware.
of the factors we consider.
Oh, so you have taken into account of the erosion and accretion, correct?
Yes, of
So
course.
with the permission from the court, I'd like to display map C, the development plan of Alam Kara, to the witness. Ms. Sharifa, can you see the map being shown on the screen now?
Yes.
That is the development plan of Alam Kara, correct? Yes.
You're right.
Can you please pinpoint to the court that are there any coastal defense structures that you have planned before the project commenced?
Oh,
Can you please pinpoint where are the location of the coastal defense structures?
it's in front of our waterfront, Rocky Sandy Beach. And because it's not me who's presenting, so yeah, I can pinpoint to you, but yeah.
Okay, so instructing solicitor, please move your cursor to the front of SSC project site. Okay, witness, do you see any structures in front of the SSC project site? I'm referring to this map.
Oh yes, no.
There's none. So you have knowledge about the possible effects of coastal erosion, yet you did not do any mitigation measures within your development plan. Do you agree with me?
Sorry, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you repeat your question?
Oh, certainly. So my question to you is that you have knowledge about the coastal erosion that is going to happen during the development of the project, yet you did not do anything you did not put any plans of coastal defense structure within your development plan. Do you agree with me?
Yes, because the development of
Thank you, witness.
is
Thank you,
not
witness.
included.
Thank you, witness. So you have also
Witness, I think if you want to explain, that's not the purpose of cross-examination. That one, re-examination, your counsel will ask you, okay? So
Okay.
don't explain, just answer the question. She says yes, yes or no, I disagree, I agree. Right? Okay, carry on.
much obliged, Arif. So we have also testified that the seawall and wave breaker are outside the scope of development plan, correct?
Yes.
Instructing solicitor, with the permission from the court, we would like to refer to Exhibit D. Yes, so as you can see from this map, do you agree with me that the seawall and wave breaker are located in front of the SSC project site?
Yes.
Yes. So your purpose in building these two seawall and wave breaker is to protect your soon-to-be complete SSC project site, correct?
Yes. You're right.
Yes. So can you tell me when was the phase 2 completed? Witness, Ms. Sharifa, can you tell me when did phase 2 of the SSC development project complete?
We're about to kickstart, but not yet.
Oh, not you haven't completed the construction. Did you mean that way?
Yes.
Yes. Referring to your witness statement in question number 6, instructing solicitor, please display with the permission from the court, would like to display the defendant's witness statement. in question 6. So in referring to the last paragraph of question 6, it was stated there, so this is your winner statement, correct? Yes, it was stated in the first sentence of the last paragraph. The construction was rushed and was completed in July 2019. So do you agree with this statement?
Construction of what?
That is your winner statement. So you have stated that
Construction of water break, not the project.
Okay, let's move on to our next question. So you have stated that the purpose is to protect the coastline of SSC, right? The seawall and breakwater.
Yes.
Yes. So you have also stated that because you were in a rush and SSC do not have sufficient cost, that's why there were only 2 hut structures that were constructed. Do you agree with me?
No.
Okay. So referring to your supplementary questions in your witness statement, you did state that SSC do not have sufficient cost to cover the entire shoreline, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's why you built the 2 hut structures in front of the SSC project site.
Sorry? I'm sorry.
So because you do not have sufficient cost, okay, so you have only built the 2 hut structures in front of the SSC project site.
Yes, yes.
Yes. So I put it to you that you prioritize the interest of your own SSC project over the environment in Alam Kara. Do you agree with me?
No.
So the construction of hut structures were at the expense of the environment in Alam Kara. Do you agree with me?
I'm sorry.
So the construction of 2 hut structures were done at the expense of the environment in Alam Kara. Do you agree with me?
No.
No. Moving on to my next question. So we have also provided compensation. Instructing solicitor, you may take down the witness statement. So you have also provided compensation and reskilling to the local fishermen, correct?
Yes.
So you have already foreseen that the SSC development project is going to cause a loss of fishing ground, correct?
Yes.
So can I know how much financial compensation that you offered to the local fishermen?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
What's the purpose of this question, counsel?
Yeah, Arif, the purpose of this question is to show that the intervention measures addressed by the defendant is not sufficient. However, I see that my time is up. Can I have an extension to complete this line of question?
How long would you need?
Another 5 minutes or another 2 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor, that's a bit too long. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, 5 is long, especially when you're in court. Maybe 2 minutes maximum.
Much obliged, Arif. It will be fine.
You
So-
you can just ask the questions and put it to them, because whether or not it works, I do not know whether she will know. These are all really expert view questions, and only the expert evidence will be able to know. But carry on.
Witness, so how much compensation that you offered to the local fishermen?
I'm sorry. I
You,
can't remember.
you can't remember. So you were the director of SSC project, right?
Yes.
So you were responsible for the whole project and you should have been aware of that, isn't it?
No.
Never mind. You have also provided reskilling to the local fishermen, correct? So, correct? Can I get a verbal confirmation?
Yes.
Yes. So, do you agree with me that most fishermen within the area of Alam Kara are senior fishermen?
No, I don't know about it.
You don't know about it. So, in the end, there are only 25% of the fishermen that have signed up for the project, for the reskilling, correct?
25%?
25%. Yes, do you agree with me?
Yes, I agree.
So the 75% did not sign up for this project. this reskilling scheme. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes. So that means the majority of the fishermen actually did not want to give up their fishing rights. Do you agree with me?
Objection. I don't see the correlation. Reskilling and did not sign up. Did not sign up and giving up their their fishing activities.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Comes, I have to agree. I mean, they didn't sign up. Doesn't mean anything. They might, they might just forget to sign up, or they can't read or write, or whatever. That's the reason. It's a bit presumptuous, isn't it? So move on.
Okay, that ends my cross-examination against DW1. Much obliged, Henry.
Thank you, counsel. Ree, please.
If I may, Your Honor. Miss Sharifah, how are you?
Yes, I'm still going good.
Okay, no worry. I can feel you shaking from here, but no worries. All right. If I may, I will begin the re-examination now. All right. As mentioned by our prosecution here, it mentioned that she mentioned that you consulted PW1 or Mr. Kasim to actually get some insight regarding whether or not they support the project. Am I right?
Yes.
So it is true that the residents in general, they actually were against this project. Correct? Am I correct? Am I right?
Yes.
However, you obtained the necessary permit and also underwent the necessary tests such as EIA and also environmental that you undergo the required assessment to actually commence your project. Am I right?
Yes, I'm aware of this this approval from the all the residents there. But yeah, as you know, we already obtained a proper approval from the IA, so that is surely will benefit the residents, and the erosion will not be that huge damage, I think.
Understood. So, okay, to move on, when you consulted PW2, what was your understanding of the use of casuarina trees?
Okay, based on my knowledge is of a panoramic view, and I was also informed that the casuarina tree has grow faster other than the other plantation. So put to the point that the casuarina tree, the roots is actually also can function as to hold the erosion, the coastline, the soil. So I think it's the best option because it grows faster than the other plant. Yeah.
So if I were to put it to court, you are saying that when you actually consulted PW2, you basically get approval regarding the plantation of casuarina trees, not only as to improve the the panoramic view or the scenery of your residential, but also to actually as a way to hold the shoreline. Am I correct? And PW2 didn't stop you on this. All right, understood. So, if I may I, if the court allows, can I have my solicit officer to present the screen on the current map of Alam Kara, the current and also the plan map of Alam Kara. Soliciting officer, are you here? Farhan. Okay. If I may, can you zoom both of this map closer? Wait, current and also the plan map. I think you are presenting both current map. Yes. The plan map. Okay. Apology. Okay, instructing solicitor, maybe you can just focus on one map. Yeah, just focus on one map and then just zoom in. All right. Okay, can you zoom in onto the plaintiff's house? Okay, zoom in again. Okay. All right. In regards to, okay, can you confirm with me that the plaintiff's house indeed gets closer to the ocean?
Yes. Yes,
Can you
you're
agree
right.
with, all right, thank you. Can you agree with me that soil erosion is one of the culprit that caused such tons of event were to happen?
Yes, if you can compare the what you're presenting just now, our plan, the port massive port development is not included in our plan, and you can see that the witness house would not be that hugely damaged if the development of the port was not conducted as our plan.
Understand? So you're saying basically in your initial plan of development, it was Project Megapod was not considered or even included in our planning, right?
Yang
Meaning to
Arif,
say,
Yeah. Yes,
the
we
plaintiff,
are.
Yang Arif, the plaintiff had to raise an objection on the ground that the question on port development was not raised in cross-examination.
Yes, I agree, counsel.
okay, I retract my question.
It should only be confined to questions that arise in cross, yeah?
All right, understood.
Proceed.
Right. With that, with the presence of mega project development court, basically, if I were to put to the court, right, the permit or also the necessary document obtained by SSC was actually approved before knowing the existence of mega port development. Meaning to
Yang
say,
Arif, the defendant is asking question on megaport, which was not raised during cross-examination.
Yes, counsel, move on. Move on to
Alright.
the questions that were
Pardon,
raised
pardon.
in cross. Yes.
Perhaps okay, in that case, I'll ask the witness. Perhaps may I ask you why was phase 2 of SSC project was postponed as claimed by our prosecution?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
Okay, for the benefit of you, maybe I can rephrase my question. Was soil erosion was the cause of your phase was the cause that was the reason why phase 2 of SSC project was postponed?
Yang Arif, the plaintiff had to raise an objection on the ground that I never asked question on soil erosion. I also did not ask whether the phase 2 was postponed during cross-examination.
May I have a reply? Actually, you did ask why was phase 2 of SSC was postponed
You
when
did ask, counsel.
you did indeed ask counsel. Okay. Alright, but I'm asking whether or not I'm asking the witness whether soil erosion has a role to play to cause this project to be postponed. So yes, witness, you may. Oh, witness? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, can you agree that yeah, soil erosion was the cause for your phase 2 of development was postponed?
Yes. Yes.
Can you tell the court, instead of focusing on the development, what did SSC do by postponing the development? What did you guys build specifically?
I think this is
Yes,
stretching it a bit too much, counsel. I mean, plaintiff's counsel did ask about soil erosion. I stopped it because she's not an expert. So
Okay.
she's already answered your question, saying it's because of soil erosion. Let's move on.
All right. Perhaps I ask, what was the reason you building breakwater and also seawalls?
Okay. Yes. In our plan, that our project is supposed to run smoothly, but because of there's another project, massive project which contribute to the erosion, which affecting our specialty center, we have to hold our second pass. It's because the erosion is getting worse, so we are focusing to protect what we can, which is our specialty center, and build a water break. Yeah, because it need immediate action.
So you're saying the intention of you of SSC building this is actually as a mitigation or yet as a way to prevent further erosion from aggravating. Can you agree on this?
Yes,
All right,
yes,
understood. Okay, last question for me. It's in regards with the prosecution when she asked regarding how much compensation were given towards the fishermen. Yeah, but then I will ask the different sets of questions. I would like to ask in your uh from in your opinion what how would you comment about the mitigation plan that was executed by SSCCT? Was it
uh,
effective?
about our
Seawalls and also your water break. Sorry. In regards to your compensation, financial compensation towards the fishermen.
yes, as I am a engineer and also the project director. Yes, I is aware that we provide compensation to the to our to the residents among the Alam Kara, Padang Kalapa, and however, which to my knowledge, I can't remember exactly the number, but through our study and report from our finance team, it is enough, sufficient amount for them to carry out their life.
All right, thank you very much, witness. With that, I would like to end the re-examination, Your Honor.
Right, thank you, witness, for attending court and giving evidence today. You are hereby released. We call the next witness, please.
Much obliged, Your Honor. Thank you very much. I would like to ask my instructing solicitor to present the witness statement that was presented, that was already submitted to the court and to the plaintiff.
Yes, carry on. Hope there's only one version.
Yes, that is.
Yeah.
All right. May I call upon Mr. Jasper L. Edward to the stand? And Mr. Jasper, can you state your oath?
I swear, make an oath in the presence of Almighty God, that the evidence I shall give to the court touching the matters in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jasper. Mr. Jasper, can you just state your name and your IC number?
Okay, my name would be Jasper L. Edward, and my identification card number would be 550505073411.
And your address?
I live in Eco Horizons, Jalan Kasturi, based in Kuala Lumpur.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jasper. Can you please share with the court the nature of your occupation and qualification?
Yeah, sure. I'm an environmental scientist and the founder of my company Eco Horizons, an environmental consulting firm established in 2005. I have a master's in ocean science and devoted my PhD research to the study of coastal hydrology and coastal vulnerability to impacts of development, natural phenomena, and climate change. I am an associate fellow with the University of West Malaysia and am attached with the Center of Excellence of Ocean and Climate Science. I have been an environmental impact assessment consultant since 1990 and have been involved in numerous coastal development related to EIA projects. As an environmental consultant, I also engage in providing advice to businesses, property owners, and developers with respect to coastal vulnerability.
That is a very impressive background, Mr. Jasper. Thank you for joining us in court today. For the benefit of the court, can you share what exactly is the purpose of your presence in court today?
My consulting firm was the EIA consultant appointed for the Sunshine City project back in 2012 and had led the process over the almost 3 years in the lead up to the approval of the project. I was also consulted by SSC in January 2019 to undertake a rapid assessment of the coastal vulnerability of SSC due to early signs of damage to soft coastlines protection structure along the northern coastline of SSC. Further, I have also recently wrapped up a research project with the University of West Malaysia to assess level, aggregation and dispersal of coastal debris in Malacca, including Alam Kara over a 10-year period. The defendant had requested my presence as several allegations and claims have been made by the plaintiff and my expertise may shed light on some of the allegations made.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to put the report that the witness carried out his own research project with the University of West Malaysia in terms of the disposal of coastal debris in Malacca, specifically in Alangkara, over a 10-year period. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Mr. James, what is your knowledge of the nature of the dispute?
I believe there are claims made against SSC stemming from loss of income, damage to property and personal injury allegedly resulting from actions and/or omissions of the defendants. The defendant, on the other hand, is of the view that most of not all claims cannot be attributed to the defendant's acts or omissions.
All right, and can you please share with the court on SSC's role and action which were taken to manage the environmental impacts identified as part of the EIA assessment for the SSC project?
Alright, sure. Firstly, I would like to state that all due processes and necessary consultations and approvals had been carried out and secured for the SSC project. Secondly, I would like to state that considering the fact that coastal mangrove forests were to be converted coupled with reclamation of the once coast of Padang Batu, recognizing the ecosystem impact, it was projected then that approximately 85% of fish species would be lost. As the conversion project would only involve about 80% of the mangrove forest, it was estimated that so long as the mangrove forest left untouched continuous to naturally occur, livelihoods of several fishes would continue to be sustained. To reduce overall pressure on the fish stocks, it was determined that 25% of registered fishes would need to exit from the sector. As many fishes were of the generally senior nature and some just budding fishes, the interventions of compensation and reskilling with promise of appropriate employment was successful in reducing the number of fishes. Thirdly, recognizing the coastal defense provided by the mangrove forest as part of the SSC project, a mitigation measure was identified where soft structures, green infrastructure would be employed along the SSC coastline and the southern beach of SSC would be reinforced with vegetation. SSC had complied with these conditions, have also heavily replanted a large portion of the southern part of SSC with vegetation.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. James. I can see that quite a number of mitigation efforts were carried out by SSC under your viewing. So to carry on, can you please tell the court about your preliminary findings from the coastal vulnerability assessment you had carried out in early 2019?
Alright. As part of this assessment, available data of the shoreline in the past 2 years were gathered and assessed. An interesting observation was made where it was determined that the remaining patch of mangrove forest was almost non-existent by the end of 2018. Whilst it is common for mangrove patches to occur and disappear along the coast, this mangrove patch did not fall within this category. Erosion was notable in the southern beach of SSC and part of the soft structure in the northern beach was starting to show signs of wear despite being relatively new. Thus, my team and I began to look into the hydrology of the coastal area, wave and current patterns and intensity amongst others. What became apparent is that in 2018 started to show significant shifts in the coastal dynamics of the Alam Kara shoreline. The intensity of the waves is largely responsible for the disappearance of the remaining coastal forests. This intensity is further corroborated by the gradually increasing negative impacts experienced in SSC. Based on modeling projections, several things were determined. Number one, the change in coastal dynamics and hydrology has resulted in current intensity, mean wave height, erosion and also accretion. The newly commenced megaport development is the largest, if not singular, cause of these changes. Number third, the rate of intensity, if not immediately addressed, could result in severe damage to property, namely the super specialty center and the commercial center which could be structural in nature. The risk would be significantly augmented during the two main monsoon seasons, especially considering the intensity of thunderstorms and rainfall. Based on the aforementioned findings, it was recommended that SSC consider taking immediate action to enhance SSC's coastal defense protection. Considering the immediacy of the threat and scale of possible loss, the construction of seawalls and breakwaters were deemed appropriate options. Based on preliminary assessments, it is believed that the breakwater was well designed and well situated and could benefit even Padang Kelapa.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. James. So yeah, there are a number of factors to the erosion that you mentioned. I'd just like to put it to the part that SSC cannot be wholly blamed, but that is my expert opinion. I mean, that is my witness's expert opinion. Moving on to question number 6. Can you please share with the court the findings of your coastal and marine debris profiling and assessment in Alamkara?
In short, the study profiled and assessed coastal and marine debris along Alam Kara and other coastal areas in Malacca, and some notable findings include: number 1, Padang Batu and Padang Kelapa had poor waste management infrastructure, and this has categorically caused leakage of debris into the environment. However, the community of Padang Kelapa have monthly beach cleanup and have actively sought to capture and manage solid waste. Number 2, the increase of tourism traffic has contributed towards waste in Padang Kelapa and Malacca. And finally, the significant shift in coastal dynamics and hydrology has contributed towards aggregation of marine debris in previously sites not affected. The southern beach of Padang Kelapa is one such new hotspot.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. James. That will be all for the examination in chiefs of DW2. Mr. James, thank you very much. Obliged.
Thank you, Council. Cross?
Alright, before I proceed, may I have a glass of water?
Yes, please. Anybody that wants to drink, perhaps can drink now. It's been 3 hours, has it not? Has it been 4 already? Yeah. I'll just carry on sipping my coffee.
May it please this court, my name is Jaya, and I appear before this court to conduct a cross-examination of the second defendant's witness, Mr. Jasper. Mr. Jasper, as I understand, the defendant approached you and he wanted your expertise with regards to the SSC project, right?
Yes.
And you consulted the defendants extensively throughout the building of the art structure as well as the casuarina trees, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us the reason why the defendant approached you with regards to all of this? Is it because of they were experiencing deterioration of the coastal area? Yes or no?
Yep.
Okay. Would you agree that hard structures are less sustainable solutions to prevent coastal erosion compared to soft structures?
Can you please repeat the question again?
Certainly. Would you agree that hard structures are less sustainable and more of a short-term solution to prevent erosion compared to soft structures?
No.
So you're saying that hard structures can prevent erosion just as well as soft structures, is that right?
Yes, depends on the situation.
No, can you be more specific with your answer? You're saying yes, but what are the circumstances where it is the same with regards to preventing erosion?
It depends on multiple things like the photography, the erosion, and we need to see the condition of the project, hydrology. We have to take into consideration of multiple factors to decide on this.
And based on your study, you decided that SSC should continue with the building of the hard structure. And based on your expert opinion, hard structures were best suited to prevent erosion, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain why then there were severe deteriorations throughout the coast of Alam Kara, despite building this hard structure, which you say can prevent erosion? Witness, do you want me to repeat the question?
The effects was already started to happen in that situation. So to take an immediate action on that, to overcome that the current problem, to overcome the current problem, we had to insert that wall.
Yes, but my question was, despite inserting the wall, there were still visible erosions throughout the coast of Ankara. So how do you explain that? Why is there erosion despite hard structures then?
The natural occurrences cannot be controlled. So we actually planted that wall to stop this thing. So this wall that we have built up is actually helps from happening that erosion. But it's coming back to that state that we can't stop the natural occurrence that's gonna happen. So this wall that we have built up will actually help. The effect of the wall will actually take some time.
Would you agree with me that the process of natural erosion takes decades to finish, to come into effect?
Depends.
Okay, you say you're an expert in coastal hydrology. Would you agree with me that in order for a significant erosion to happen, it would take a long time, right? Naturally, I mean, without any human intervention.
Yes, that's correct.
Yang Arif, we request the instructing solicitor to display Exhibit B and D.
Yes, proceed.
Can you see the coastline here, the green color, dark green area?
Yes, can see.
Instructing solicitor, scroll down to D. Can you see the coastal green, the green line, the same green line here?
Yes, I can see that.
And you earlier stated you agreed with me there was erosion, right?
Yes.
Earlier, PW1 stated that he experienced erosion from 2015 all the way until 2021. So I ask you, why then, despite building the hard structure, there were still effects of this erosion, which is clearly visible in this map? Are you saying that all of this is through natural causes?
The erosion still happened. We built that pot to protect it, and it still happened because of the other project that was going on in Alam Kara.
So you're saying that the pot caused all of the changes here. Is that right? Witness?
Yes.
Do you need me
yes.
to repeat the question? Oh, okay. Your answer is yes. Would you agree with me that the pot is significantly further away from Padang Kelapa compared to the SSC project site?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with me that the waves generated at the SSC project site would reach the Padang Kelapa area faster and with more turbulence compared to the wave generated at the pot, since it's further away?
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, Arif, I would like to reply to that.
Yes, proceed.
Yeah, Arif, this is very much a necessary question because the defendants are shifting the blame to the pot that was built. The question is posed because we're asking them whether the SSC site is closer to Padang Kelapa compared to the pot, because the wave generated at the SSC site would reach Padang Kelapa well before the wave generated by the pot.
Okay, I'll allow it for now.
Witness, do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Would you agree with me that the wave generated at the SSC site by the hard structure would reach Padang Kelapa before the wave generated by the megapod, since it's closer?
Nope. It doesn't generate the wave.
Sorry, can you repeat the answer?
No.
Can you explain why?
The waves are not generated by the sea, not by the sea walls.
Would you agree with me that a seawall is built in order to reflect waves away from a protected site? In this case, it's the SSC site.
As well as Padang Kelapa.
Would you agree with me that the angle at which the seawall is placed would reflect the waves away from Padang Kelapa?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, based on that answer, the wave generated by the pot would be reflected away from Padang Kelapa?
Yes, that's correct.
So that means the pot will not cause the erosion at Padang Kelapa, right? Witness?
It was done to protect. However,
yes. Please answer. Okay, I'll repeat the question.
Yeah, sure.
earlier you said the angle of the seawall is built specifically to reflect waves. And I asked you whether this angle could reflect waves away from Padang Kelapa. You said yes. That means the waves coming from the port will hit the seawall and reflect away from Padang Kelapa. You also said yes to that. So I further asked you just now, the latest question was, that means the port could not cause the erosion at Padang Kelapa since the waves are being reflected away by the seawall. And these are all based on answers you have given me.
You can agree or disagree, witness.
Yes, agree, but it depends.
Can you specify what you mean by depends?
It depends on the scale of the project and the seawall.
And you're saying that the megaport is generating the sea waves that reflects towards the Padang Kelapa area.
Yes, that's correct.
But then earlier you stated that the function of a seawall was constructed specifically to reflect sea waves. So how can the port result in the erosion at Padang Kelapa? Since
Yes,
the
correct,
waves
but that's correct. But the effect of the erosion was already there. By the time we built that seawall, because the seawall was on.
Yes, but my question to you very early on in this cross-examination was, despite building the hard structure, there was erosion before the hard structures were built, after the hard structures were built. And that's why I'm asking you, how can the port cause the erosion when the whole purpose of the hard structure is reflects wave away from the Padang Kelapa area as well as the SSC area? And if I may assist you further, you also illustrated and assisted the court by saying that it is not possible for the port to cause erosion since the waves are being reflected away. Can you explain your answer, perhaps?
The scale of the project was not well estimated by SSC. So by building that seawall, it has actually waved away. If you're asking why it's still, if you're asking that why it has still caused erosion, it is not because of the SSC project or based on what we have built. It is highly sold by the other project that was going on there.
Okay, if I remember correctly, in your answer, you stated that the effects of the port was not well estimated by SSC, right? That's literally what you said just now.
Yes, that's correct.
So that means you acting as a EIA panelist and also as a consultant to the defendant did not fully take all relevant factual circumstances and scientific data into consideration, right? That's why you didn't estimate this.
Yes, because we had to take an immediate action to actually solve the erosion problem that was going on there.
And since you say that it's an immediate action, it means that the whole building of the hard structure was rushed, right? You have to act quickly, right?
I wouldn't say as rushed because based on my 31 years of experience acting as an EIA, this was the best of possible that I had to do to actually prevent more damages.
Well, as someone with extensive experience and knowledge, wouldn't you have taken any additional precautions to estimate such a thing from happening? I mean, you say you have plenty of experience and knowledge, so wouldn't someone of your caliber take into consideration all of these additional factors?
Yes, I took all of this into consideration, but on that given circumstances and situation that I had on that critical position, and this is the best of what we could do for the SSC project and also for the local community of Padang Kelapa and Alam Kara.
So despite doing your best, you were not able to prevent the erosion, right? And your answer was that you didn't take into certain things into consideration. Your estimation failed.
Not fully, because we are not actually entirely 100% liable for whatever happens.
Yeah, well, witness, you can say that, but based on what you stated earlier, you stated very clearly, and it was very audible to everyone. You stated that you didn't have full estimation available at that point in time, which means you didn't take all the relevant factual circumstances or the scientific data into consideration. That is why we still have erosion here, despite building infrastructure, right?
Yes, I agree, because with the limited time of given, to gather all the information that is necessary to build the seawall, it will take a long period of time, and in that given long period of time, anything worse could have happened. So in the best interest for everyone, I had to take such decision to make the seawall.
So since your decision was made very quickly and it was lacking in substance with regards to scientific data, it is possible that you could have made a mistake, and it is evident here, right? Do you agree with me on that?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
The question was like putting the blame 100% on my witness, which I would say is a bit.
I think the question is asking the possibility of whether there could have been some oversight, and he answered no. So I think we can move on and ask for the next question, Counsel.
Yes, certainly, Young Arif. Mr. Jasper, since you consulted the defendant, you're also aware of the planting of casuarina trees, right?
Yes, I am aware.
And you advised the defendants to plant the casuarina trees?
Yes.
And as I understand, you advised them as such because firstly of the panoramic view, and secondly, you also advised them because you said the casuarina trees could prevent erosion, right?
Nope.
Can you explain why you say no here?
Because you seem to prioritize the first important, that the first was the panoramic view, which was not. The priority here was to protect the shoreline from erosion.
Witness, if you recall, when the first witness answered the question raised by the plaintiff's counsel on why specifically you advised the defendants to plant casuarina tree, the first answer she gave was panoramic view. The second answer she gave was because the planting of casuarina tree could prevent erosion. I'm just repeating what she says. I'm not insinuating that is the primary objective for the defendants. So you advised them to plant casuarina trees. Can you tell me how old were the casuarina trees when they were planted at the SSC site?
Objection relevance.
Yeah, Arif, I would like to reply to that.
How many? Are you asking like exact number, Counsel?
Well, it is relevant because if a young casuarina tree was planted at the SSC site, obviously it couldn't prevent erosion. So I want to know how old were the casuarina trees when they were planted? Were they planted as saplings? Were they planted as full-grown trees? How many trees were planted?
I mean, if you look at the facts of the case, it's not in dispute that they were planted, and it's not in dispute that there was erosion. So maybe we can move on to the next point, Counsel.
Certainly, yeah, Arif. So, Mr. Jasper, you would agree that despite planting the casuarina trees, there was still erosion, right, at the SSC area?
Yes, correct.
So that means the casuarina trees were not performing up to par, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
So you agree that the casuarina trees were not, were not good at preventing erosion. So then, can you explain to us why then did you plant the casuarina trees when they cannot prevent erosion?
Because based on scientific evidence that the casuarina trees are actually functions for the erosion shoreline of the shore, and it's the best option because it grows faster than the others. And I also decided that based on my past experiences, because I never had any problem with planting with previously.
Okay, can you then tell me what is the species and the genus of the casuarina trees you planted? If you advise the defendants, then you should know, right? Can you tell me the species and the genus?
Objection. I don't see the relevance of the genus of this.
Young Arif, I would like to reply to that.
I mean, Counsel, this goes back to the earlier point you're trying to make. I think the point has been made. He's already answered that. Look, it doesn't help with the erosion. The erosion still happens, so it doesn't matter how many trees were planted, what type of trees were planted. Maybe you can move on to your next point. You've already established the point. You don't need to belabor us on it.
All right, certainly, Young Arif. Earlier, at the beginning of the cross-examination, you said that you were approached by the defendants, right, to perform the consultation. Just to be clear on that, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So you were employed by the defendants to perform all these consultations and investigations, right?
Yep, that's correct.
When you were employed by the defendant, you would obviously act in the best interest of your defendants. I mean, your clients, right? Who are the defendants here?
I acted based on the best of the environment.
You acted
not
on the best of the
discarding
environment.
priorly. I acted based on the best of the interest of the environment. Since I'm an
still,
environmental scientist.
yes, of course. But still, regardless of whether you're an environmental scientist, you pointed out earlier that you were still employed by the defendants. They pay you money. You're under their employment, right?
Can you please repeat the question?
You earlier stated you agreed with me that you were under the employment of the defendant, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, that is all. Would you agree with me that you would always, in all circumstances, act in the best interest of your clients, who are the defendants in this case, right?
No.
You wouldn't act in the best interest of your clients.
I would act best interest of the environment, and I would consult them, and we would make decision on that. I would not entirely act based in the interest of my client entirely.
And as I understand, what was your opinions, or what was your consultations given to the defendants with regards to the breakwaters?
They need to have a immediate solution to prevent the more further problems. So when they approached me regarding this, I had to give a best solution for that period of time. So that's where we implemented the wall. It was a temporary solution for the time.
And can you please tell me the function of a breakwater and a seawall, and why you planted it there? But how does it help?
Like what I've mentioned earlier, the both of the seawall and the water breaker is actually mainly is to protect from happening any erosions, from preventing from any waves from going away.
But I specifically asked you how they prevent the waves from reaching. Are you saying that both the seawall and the wave breaker reflect the waves?
It reduces the intensity of the waves, basically. If you generally, what I would say is that both of it actually reduces the waves of the intensity. That's why it actually helps from getting more erosion, I would say.
But then in the end, you also pointed out that despite your miscalculations and lack of the fact that you didn't take all the relevant facts into consideration, none of this worked out, right?
I did not point out as any miscalculations or any estimation.
Well, you did say that you made mistakes with regards to estimation of the pot, and which is why the erosion continues to happen, right?
Repeat the question again.
Earlier, you told me that you made mistakes with regards to the estimation of the pot, so that's why the erosion continues to happen, right?
Objection, your time is over.
Yeah, Arif, may I have 30 seconds to finish this last question?
Yes, maybe you just put it to the witness and he can agree or disagree.
Yeah. Do you agree or disagree, witness? Because earlier you said yes, so that's why I'm asking you, just to clarify.
Nope, I disagree.
Okay, I would like to point out that earlier you said yes. Yeah, Arif, that concludes the cross-examination of the witness. Much obliged, Arif.
Thank you, counsel. Ree?
All right. Hello again, Miss. How are you doing?
I'm doing good at the age of 66, yes.
Yep, you're a pretty senior man. I don't want to waste too much of your time. I'm sure you're tired today. Don't worry, I won't be as rough as my learned friend on the plaintiff side. Okay, moving on. Mr. G. Asper. The plaintiff basically wanted to know, if I don't mind, with the permission of the court, I would like to ask my instructing solicitor to present the map of the current map of the development, Alam Kara.
Right, can. Just take note, counsel, questions re-examination must arise from cross.
Yes. Mr. Much obliged, John. Um, sorry, not this one, the consolidator, the current map. The map with the seawall and breakwater present. Under exhibit P6. So in the meantime, Mr. Jasper, yes, this is the map. Okay, Mr. Jasper, would you say that the seawall and was the seawall and breakwater a permanent solution to this problem? To the problem of erosion?
Nope, it wasn't a permanent solution, as for that time of situation, we had to make an immediate action to solve the current problem that was actually going on to prevent it to become more worse. So that's why we had to take this immediate temporary solution.
Correct. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jasper. And is it it's also true that the seawall and breakwater, as you mentioned, serves the purpose of basically reducing the intensity of waves, right? Just to clarify.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and the megapod, which you mentioned in your expert opinion, to be the cause of the basically the sole cause of the erosion that happened in Kampung Padang Kelapa, which eventually led to the plaintiff's house porch falling and thus injuring him. Why is it so that the seawall and breakwater did not, as the plaintiff counsel mentions now, why exactly didn't it protect Padang Kelapa?
As I've mentioned earlier, the scale of the project, we couldn't estimate it at that point of time because we need to take an immediate action to stop that from becoming more worse. So at that point of time, we had to take this solution to build the seawater and the water breaker. So from our project point of view, it has definitely reduced the erosion that has caused from this current project. So the other project that was going on shouldn't be the main problem for this erosion after building up this seawall and breakwater, because it is efficient. Based on my experience, what I've gone through for the past 31 years, this is actually effective.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jasper. So you would agree with me, for example, assuming the seawall and breakwater was not there, uh, the effects of erosion would be much worse on the residents of Padang Kelapa. And it couldn't be just the plaintiff, but 5 people who would have had falling houses, etc. Do you think that would have been the eventual effect if the sea breaker and the seawall and water breaker was not installed?
Yes, definitely, you can expect more than that. If that seawall and that breakwater wasn't there at that point of time, there would have been more problems or more tragic things would have happened.
Interesting. Thank you, Mr. Jasper. So the seawall and breakwater was not only built for the best interest of the SSC project and to protect SSC project, but it also protects Padang Kelapa as how the map situated and also explained by the plaintiff just now. Is that correct?
Yes, it is the best interest for everyone. So yes, it does protect the both parties.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jasper. Moving on, coming back to the instructing solicitor, you can stop sharing. Okay, coming back to the Casparina trace as was brought by the plaintiff. You instructed SSC to plant these Casparina trees. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And why did you do so?
Because as per my knowledge, and my experience, Casuarina plants, it's a root that functions to protect from erosions. It protects the shoreline and the shore. Plus, it was the best option for that project that was planned by SSC because it needs to grow faster in order to protect from erosion. We have to protect the shoreline. So it was the best option to plant it there.
All right, thank you very much. And to your knowledge, there is also no effect of planting Casparina trees onto the turtle nesting. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Is there any effect of the planting of Casparina trees on turtle nesting?
Councillor, can you move on for this question? It didn't arise from cross.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, moving on. Okay, coming back to the solutions that was brought forward by you as well as SSC, and you mentioned these were temporary solutions. Am I right? Regarding
Yes,
the
that's
seawall
correct.
and seawall and breakwater.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Why exactly were these temporary solutions needed?
At that critical point of time, there's needed a solution. Whether it was permanent or temporary, they have needed a solution to prevent more damages in interest for best interest for everyone.
All
So
right.
in that point of time, with the given time circumstances that I had and my team had, we had to take a temporary solution to prevent more worse things from happening.
I see. Understand. And you would say that what happened to the plaintiff is an unfortunate accident. Would you say that in your expert
Yes,
opinion?
it is an
Objection.
unfortunate thing to happen.
Yeah, but I would agree with that,
Objection
Council. Yeah.
on two grounds. Firstly, this is a leading question which is not allowed during re-examination. Secondly, this question wasn't raised at all during the cross-examination.
All right. My
Yes, agreed to
apologies.
both. Can we move on, Council?
Okay. Moving on. Okay. Regarding the scale of the project, as you said, it was very big and it was very hard to estimate, and which is why the seawall and breakwater was not effective. The plaintiff claimed that that this was a mistake on your part, but is it really?
Cannot be considered as a mistake because it is always based on the circumstances and natural occurrence. You see, in nature is something that we don't have control on. So, as what I've stated previously, that wall it has to be a solution in order from the part of SSC to actually to protect from the soil erosion that was happening on that point of time. So, considering this as a mistake in my calculation, it sounds funny to me based on my experience, I would say, because this has never happened previously, and it will not happen, and it has done happen. This is not a mistake.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jasper. Also, in regards to where your loyalties lie, as the plaintiff was trying to doubt, you were hired by SSC to do what exactly?
To be the EIA consultant for the project, for their ongoing project in Alam Kara.
All right, so you were hired to basically look out for the environmental aspects. That's true?
That's correct.
Okay. So would you say where does as the plaintiff was trying to doubt, whether exactly does your loyalty lie?
It's definitely towards the environment.
Yeah. All right. Okay, I'll just try to clarify that to the court. Um, okay, I think that would conclude my re-examination. Thank you very much, Mr. Jasper. And thank you for joining us in this expert witness today.
Thank you, Counsel. Thank you, witness, for giving your expert evidence today. You're hereby released as a witness. Defendants, are you closing your case? Clement, you're on mute. Are you closing your case?
Pardon, it's actually Isha who will be closing the case.
Yes, I mean, usually before the judge then stands down the matter for you to then submit later, you must tell the court that you're closing your case. So there's no other witnesses to be called, and that's it, right? So I assume you're closing your case, and therefore, court will adjourn for 10 minutes for preparation of oral submissions. We'll come back after 10 minutes, and that would be Farhana, when? 12:35?
Yes, 12:35.
Right, 12:35 on the dot, and plaintiff will start with the submissions and then the defendant, yeah?
Yes,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you, counsels.
Much
See you in 10
obliged, Your
minutes.
Honor.
Hi, is everybody back?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, court is commencing. Still waiting for Clement to switch on his camera. All right, counsels, just as a reminder on the timing, you have 20 minutes each, and 20 minutes is actually a long time, so you don't have to, drag your submissions just so that you'll complete it in 20 minutes. What I want to hear as a judge is for you to concisely present your points. I already have your skeletal written submission, so I've seen it. So it's just a matter of expanding it to make the most impact, okay? Plaintiff, you can start with the closing submissions.
May it please this court, Yang Arif, my name is Jaya, and I appear before this court to conduct the closing submission for the plaintiffs. Before I proceed to my submission proper, I request the court's permission for the instructing solicitor to display the skeletal closing submission.
Proceed.
Much obliged, Yang Arif. Please scroll down, solicitor. Thank you. Yeah, Arif, before I proceed to my submission proper, we'd like to preface our arguments by stating that even if this court finds that the defendants are not wholly liable for the damage sustained by the plaintiff, we submit that the defendants have substantially and materially contributed to the damage sustained by the plaintiff in this case. There are 4 issues in total to be tried. Firstly, whether the defendant owes the duty of care towards the plaintiff, and whether the defendant has failed to comply with the duty of care towards the plaintiff. We are establishing the duty of care through the neighborhood principle that was illustrated in the case of Donahue against Stevenson. In this case, a neighbor is a person who the defendant's actions would reasonably lead to an assumption that his actions would have an effect upon. In this situation, based on the cross-examination as well as the examination in chief of the plaintiff's witnesses as well as the defendant's witnesses, it is clear that the defendants had knowledge that Padang Kelapa had a substantial community of people living in that area, and the plaintiff is a part of that community. The defendant also knows that their actions in commencing the SSC project will have an effect on these people because these people rely on the fishing produce at the fishing ground in Alam Kara. As such, the defendants have stated that they have given reskilling measures as well as compensation. Now, this shows that the defendant has knowledge of the fact that they owe a duty of care to the people in in Padang Kelapa, and more specifically to the plaintiff himself. And this is because the actions will have a reasonable effect on these people's lives. Additionally, referring to the case of Majlis Perbandaran Ampang Jaya against Stephen Ford Cheng Lun and others, the Caparo test was established where there are 3 elements to this test. Firstly is foreseeability, whether a person's action will have a foreseeable impact on another person's action, and this was addressed earlier. Second, proximity. This was also addressed earlier with regards to the neighborhood principle that was illustrated in Donahue and Stevenson case. With regards to the final element of fair and just of imposing a duty of care, we submit that it is fair and just in this case to impose a liability upon the defendants because they knew that they had a duty of care towards the plaintiff. They had anticipated the risks that might be sustained by the plaintiff, and yet they had been negligent in not carrying out their duty of care, and they had been negligent in not exercising appropriate measures in order to mitigate the damages that they predicted will be sustained by the plaintiff. Secondly, whether the defendant had breached its duty of care. Earlier, during the examination in chief of the plaintiff's witnesses, both the plaintiff witnesses have stated that there were certain restrictions imposed upon the defendants. It is true that the defendant got the approval to commence with the SSC project. We agreed to that. However, the approval was subject to 2 very important requirements that was imposed upon them upon the consultation given by the EIA panel. The first is planting vegetative species that can prevent coastal erosion. And secondly, They are not allowed to build hard structures outright at all. And this is the requirements that was imposed upon them by the state authorities when they gave them the approval. In the present dispute, the defendants have planted a species, which is Casuarina equistifolia, which has a very shallow root system and thus is not appropriate to prevent coastal erosion. During the cross-examination of the defense's expert witness, he agreed to my question that the Casuarina trees is not suitable to prevent coastal erosion. Throughout the cross-examination of the defense's witnesses, they have constantly brought up the fact that the pot causes the erosion. And the pot is the main reason why the erosion happened. We would like to point out that referring to the cross-examination as well as the re-examination, throughout the examination of witnesses from the plaintiffs, it is clear that Mr. Kasim Slamat as well as Ms. Jessie have observed the erosion at Alam Kara, more specifically at Padang Kelapa, well before the construction of the mega port. It is thus our submission that the port could not have reasonably caused the damage that was suffered by the plaintiff. There are several reasons for this, Yang Arif. If I may request the court's permission to have the instructing solicitor to display Exhibit D. As we can see in this exhibit, this is the current map of Alam Kara. Firstly, the mega port is considerably further away from Padang Kelapa compared to the SSC project site. The hard structures and the SSC project site itself is much closer to Padang Kelapa. And the mega port is very far away. And this was pointed out during the examination of the second plaintiff's witness, Ms. Jessie Chung, who is an expert, who stated that since the port is far away, the waves that are generated by the port is not likely to reach Padang Kelapa. And when I personally cross-examined their witness, Mr. Jasper, I asked him if the function of the seawall is to reflect sea wave, and he answered in the affirmative. And when I asked him if the waves generated by the port would be reflected by the seawall, he also answered in the affirmative. And I further asked him if the waves are being reflected away from the hard structure, more specifically the seawall, it wouldn't cause damage to the Padang Kelapa. And he also answered in the affirmative. At this juncture, we would like to point out to the court at numerous occasions, the second defense's witness, which is Mr. Jasper, has contradicted himself and has went back on his word. And I have rightfully pointed that out during my cross-examination. Instructing solicitor, can you please revert back to the closing submission? With regards to the building of the hard structure, the defense claims that they only built the hard structure as because they had no choice, because they didn't anticipate the building of the megaport. Since the megaport was built, they had no choice and they had to respond to that quickly. With regards to this, Yang Arif, we state that the defendants have not taken appropriate care to mitigate the coastal erosion. And the reason for that is, firstly, they planted the aforementioned Casuarina tree, which is not suitable to prevent erosion. And secondly, but most importantly, they did not actually build the soft structures. Yeah, Arif, we request the court's permission to display Exhibit D again. In this image, we can only see the hard structure. Instructing solicitor, can you scroll up to Exhibit C? This is the development plan that was given by the defendants to the state authorities. In this picture as well, we cannot see any soft structures being built by them. And this is also evident throughout the submissions. They claim that they've built soft structures, and yet it is not visible, it is not evidenced by any of the maps that is given by them. As such, it is our submission that since they did not build any soft structures, they did not take any appropriate care to manage the coastal erosion. With regards to one of the answers given by the defense's witness, the Mr. Jasper, he stated that the coastal erosion is a natural occurrence. It happens naturally. And we completely agree with that. But as rightfully pointed out by the second plaintiff's witness, even though a coastal erosion is a natural occurrence, it would take decades. It would take such a long time And the erosion that we're experiencing here in Alam Kara is not due to natural occurrences. It is happening due to man-made interference. And it is our submission here today that the man-made interference is caused by the defendants themselves and not the port built further away from Padang Kelapa. Moving on, whether the defendant had caused damage to the environment in Alam Kara. Referring to the witness statements given by the first witness, second witness for the plaintiff, as well as expert witness that was brought to the court by the defendants, it is clear that there were numerous environmental impacts. Firstly, the coastal erosion in Alam Kara. Secondly, the destruction of the marine species, more specifically can be seen in the reduction of number of fishes in the table, Exhibit F. Yang Arif, we request the court's permission to display Exhibit F. Yang Arif, earlier there was quite a discourse with regards to the findings of the second plaintiff's witness with regards to the reduction of the species. The defendants shift the blame wholly to the building of the port. However, we would like to point out, even if the defendants are not wholly responsible for the reduction of fishes, we submit that they have materially contributed to it. And in order to illustrate this, we request the court's permission to display Exhibit D again. Now, in this picture, we can see the initial coastal mangrove area. Instructing solicitor, please scroll down to Exhibit D. And in this area, we can see that the coastal mangrove area has been significantly reduced. And based on the witness statements given by the first and the second plaintiff's witness, this coastal mangrove area has been shrinking continuously. We submit that this is one of the reasons why there's a reduction of fish species in Alam Kara. As pointed out by Ms. Jessie Chung, the reduction of the fish is not purely due to the hard structure. There are two reasons for the reduction of fishes. Firstly, is the cutting down of the coastal mangrove area. The reason why is because the fish, the demersal and pelagic species that the plaintiff relies on as a main source of income, lay their eggs in the coastal mangrove area. So when the coastal mangrove area that was cut by the defendants, all of the eggs, or at least most of the eggs, have been destroyed. Additionally, the second reason for the decrease in the number of fishes is, as pointed out by the plaintiff's witness, Ms. Jessie, is due to the building of the hard structure. Instructing solicitor, please display the Exhibit D again. Now, the reason why Ms. Jessie stated that the hard structure resulted in the fewer fish species in Alam Kara is because the waves that are generated naturally will hit the seawall and they reflect back. So the reflection of the sea waves is towards the habitat of the fish as well as towards Alam Kara. So when the sea waves are being reflected towards the fishing ground, as you can see on the map, what it does is it causes the destruction of the fish species habitat in that area. And we can see the reduction of the fish species because of the hard structure in Exhibit B as well as Exhibit D. Instructing solicitor, please scroll up to Exhibit B. In Exhibit B, this is the initial state of the fishing ground. And as previously seen in Exhibit D, the fishing ground has significantly reduced. As such, we submit that the cutting down of the mangrove forest by the defendant and the building of the hard structure is the cause behind the reduction of the number of fishes in Alam Kara. Instructing solicitor, please display the closing submission again. In addition to the cutting down of coastal mangroves, in addition to the erosion that is being suffered, in addition to the reduction of fish species that the plaintiff relies on, the actions of the defendants has also resulted in the reduction of the turtles that the plaintiff also relies on. As stated earlier during the during the examination in chief of Mr. Kasim Slamat, he not only relies on fishing as a source of income, he also relies on ecotourism. And the source of ecotourism is from the hawksbill sea turtles. And hawksbill sea turtles primarily lay their eggs along the shorelines. As pointed out by Ms. Jessie Chung, when the defendants planted the casuarina tree, they released allelopathic toxins. And these allelophotic toxins are not desirable for other species that live around the area. Now, I posed the question to the defense's expert, and I asked him specifically that is the casuarina tree suitable to prevent erosion? He stated that to the best of his knowledge, it was able to prevent erosion, and that was the initial reason why it was planted. However, the subsequent effects of planting of the casuarina tree resulted in further deterioration of the coastline in Alam Kara, which goes to show that the defendant has not taken the appropriate measures or the appropriate care with regards to selecting the right species to plant. The appropriate species to plant here would have been the mangrove trees, because they have a much stronger, much deeper root system as compared to casuarina trees. Ms. Jessie Chung earlier pointed out that casuarina trees have a very shallow root system in addition to releasing toxins. As such, Young Arif, we submit that for all the reasons given earlier, the defendants have caused the damage to the environment. And all of these damages, the erosion at the coastal area, subsequently led to the collapse of the plaintiff's house. Moving on to the next issue, whether the defendant's negligence caused the damage suffered by the plaintiff. As illustrated earlier, the defendant has not exercised due care with regards to the obligations to the plaintiff. And as a result of that, as we can see very clearly, Mr. Kasim Slamat has been severely injured. He has suffered physical injuries. He has suffered a loss of income. In order to establish the causation between the defendant's actions and the plaintiff, there must be a direct causal link. In this situation, we established that the causal link has not been broken by the pot, because the pot, as illustrated earlier by Ms. Jessie Chung, is not the reason why the plaintiff suffered the damages that he did. It is in fact the building of the hard structures, firstly, and secondly, the planting of casuarina trees, which were both prohibited by the state authorities expressly, and yet they did it anyways because we submit they did not exercise due care and they were negligent in the exercise of their duties. Finally, moving on, whether the plaintiff is entitled to general, special, punitive, and exemplary damages. Ya Arif, Mr. Kasim Slamat is a 65-year-old man. As such, referring to section 628A, subsection 2, paragraph C1 of the Civil Law Act, a person who is above the age of 60 is entitled to claim damages when he is self-employed. In this situation, Mr. Kasim Slamat is indeed self-employed. He's not employed by anyone. He relies on the ecotourism business that he runs. In addition to that, he's also a fisherman. In assessing the damages, Young Arif, we admit that we have not adduced to the court the exact invoice or the medical report that shows a specific number. However, Young Arif, it is pertinent to point out that for the purposes of this trial, the plaintiffs nor the defendants are allowed to adduce any new evidence to the court, which is the reason why we are not able to give any receipts or invoices to prove these exact figures. Despite this setback, Young Arif, we are referring to the Compendium of Bar Council for Professional Injuries Claim. This is the revised compendium that was released in the year 2018. The compendium gives a general range of damages for each specific injury that the plaintiff is claiming on. Firstly, with regards to abrasions, the maximum amount imposed on the compendium is 5,000 ringgit. The plaintiff is claiming for 4,000 ringgit. Secondly, the maximum amount is 9,500. The plaintiff is claiming 8,500 ringgit. The reason why the plaintiff is claiming 8,000 ringgit for the laceration that he suffered is because he has suffered multiple lacerations throughout his whole body. And it is very clear from the camera, we can very clearly see he has suffered multiple lacerations all over his body. The medical report also reflects this. The Bar Council's compendium states that when there are multiple lacerations, a maximum amount of 9,500 should be awarded. As such, we submit 8,000 is reasonable. Third, the plaintiff is claiming for 23,000 ringgit for the fracture of his humerus. The maximum amount imposed is 27,500. Moving on, he is also claiming for the fracture of radius and ulna, 30,000 ringgit, while the maximum amount imposed is 36,000. For the fracture of his metacarpal, 5,000 ringgit, where the maximum amount imposed is 6,000. For the fracture of tibia and fibula, 50,000 ringgit, where the maximum award given in the compendium is 60,000. Next, with regards to the femur fracture, we're claiming for 40,000 ringgit, where the compendium gives 48,500 ringgit. And finally, with regards to cerebral concussion and operation scars, we are claiming for 5,000 ringgit and 10,000 ringgit, respectively. The reason why we have given a specific figure for all of these injuries is because, as stated in the Bar Council's compendium, as well as all of the case laws listed herein, we have to take into consideration the age of the plaintiff, the effect that these injuries might have on his life, whether or not he would suffer pain and suffering, and the degree of operations that would have to be taken. In this situation, based on the age, the financial situation that the plaintiff is in, and the type of injuries that he has sustained, these amounts should be awarded to the plaintiff. With regards to pain and suffering, we submit that the plaintiff is in a constant state of pain. And as illustrated in these case laws, when a plaintiff who's claiming for pain and suffering is in a constant state of pain and suffering, who is not able to continue living in the best shape that he was previously able to before the injury, he's entitled to a specific amount of damages. Referring to the case of Chai Bangkok against Sabah Medical Center, this case is a medical negligence case where the plaintiff, similar to the present dispute, is also suffering a constant state of pain and suffering. The court awarded 250,000 ringgit for pain and suffering to him. Next, with regards to permanent disability, we submit that the plaintiff is permanently disabled due to his fractures on the left side of his body. As such, he's not able to continue his work as a fisherman, nor his work as a homestay operator. Since he has 3 daughters and a wife to take care of, and since he's the sole breadwinner of the family, he's entitled to claim damages for permanent disability. Yang Arif, I see that my time is up. May I have 1 minute to conclude everything?
Yes, 1 minute, counsel.
Much obliged, Yang Arif. Moving on to special damages, the plaintiff is asking for very specific amounts that is given in the case brief due to the expenses that he has suffered due to the injuries throughout his ordeal with dealing with the defendants. Instructing solicitor, please scroll down to the final part. With regards to exemplary and punitive damages, we leave it up to the discretion of the court, and we submit that the defendants are obliged to pay exemplary and punitive damages because due to the blatant disregard and negligence that they have shown, this exemplary and punitive damages would act as a deterrent against the future commission of the same crime by the defendant. Yang Arif, that concludes the submission for the plaintiffs. Much obliged, Yang Arif.
Thank you, counsel. Yes, defendant, your closing submissions.
Much obliged, Your Honor. I would ask the permission of the court for my instructing solicitor to present the skeleton closing on behalf of the defendant. Thank you, instructing solicitor. All right, may it please this honorable court. Your Honor, my name is Ishal Tilinandan as the defense counsel number 2, representing the defendant, Sunshine City Developers, in this very important case. I think I'll be skipping the details of the case as we all are aware of it. The plaintiff claims that SSC is a company that has no regard for the environment and the citizens of Padang Kelapa, as opposed to its true standards of green and sustainable infrastructure, as we saw and as was presented by the DEW1. However, we'd like to inform the court that this is all a baseless accusation, not backed by conclusive evidence. The burden of proof that has been agreed upon is that it falls upon the plaintiff under Section 101 of the Evidence Act. Before I get into the witnesses, I would like to just reply on the closing arguments of the plaintiff. First and foremost, in terms of appropriate measures, whether the measures were taken, the measures were in fact taken. It was taken by SSC in the best interest of the residents of Padang Kelapa. Whether or not it was effective is unfortunately not an argument, and it's unfortunate of what happened to Encik Kasim. However, that fact that it happened to him is not solely our responsibility on SSC. Furthermore, it's important for the court to realize that the port is the mega state port that was constructed is something that is constructed partially on land and water. And coupled with the fact of the scale of the project, this project, you have to understand, is an international port that was constructed in Malacca. So the scale of the project is extremely huge. And unfortunately, we at SSC were not 100% notified of this development. And what we did, however, was we still did our best in coming with temporary measures, temporary solutions or mitigation efforts, which was namely the sea wall and the breakwater. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, the effects were taken. The measures were taken to best of our ability, as was proved by the defense witness 1 and M2. Additionally, the defendants, coming back to who exactly, if in that argument of what the plaintiff has said, instead what should have been done is the port, or the construction of the port, or the state in per se, should have done its due diligence on its effect of to SSC and also to Padang Kelapa, and they are the one who should be on trial today, not us, Your Honor. Soft structures, unfortunately, the plaintiff pointed out in the map of Alam Kara that the soft structures were not present in the map. I would like to put to the court that soft structures are considered extremely very small, and they are not, unfortunately, the map is not too detailed to present all of the pertaining all of the specific things in the Alam Kara area in the coastal region. So unfortunately, that was not in the map, but it was already proven in the facts of the case that soft structures were indeed built and is not to be argued further. Additionally, in terms of the reduction of fishes in 2015, 2016, moreover, what we, in my cross-examination with Ms. Jessie, it was already established that yes, there was a decrease, and the defense have never said that we are not 100% not liable. We are just saying that some of the liability is upon the megaport development. And in terms of the liability on us, in effect to the number of fishes, it was already established prior to the project itself that there will be an effect on the fisheries, and that 25% of the fishes had to have leave their profession and basically give up their license in order for the for the fishing to continue to be sustainable. And this was done with due diligence, Your Honor. And SSC has risen up to the occasion and proved that the reduction was not only stopped at 25, but we in fact achieved a 40% reduction in fisheries, where 25% of the fishes adopted for the compensation, whereas 15% adopted for the upscale and were employed by SSC. So in this sense, in terms of negligence, we are definitely not negligent, as we have taken the appropriate considerations and we have done the mitigation efforts. Additionally, the plaintiff has just mentioned that the appropriate plant in this situation is the mangrove trees, which was also presented by Ms. Jessie earlier. And as I have when I crossed Ms. Jessie earlier, so I pointed out the same thing. You cannot, I think anybody, or maybe my learned friends on the other side, have not been to beaches many often, but if you go to a beach, the chances are you won't see a mangrove tree. Mangrove trees do not grow on beaches, they grow on swampy areas. So in that sense, obviously the appropriate plant would not be mangrove tree. Whether or not there's a more appropriate plant, our expert witness has said that casuarina trees is the solution for two main reasons. One is how fast it grows, and secondly is the fact that it is effective in controlling the erosion in coastal regions. Additionally, the plaintiff admits that they have not brought in any experts or presented any expert opinion in the cost of damages claimed from SSC today. However, the plaintiff has given appropriate case laws to back their claims, and we leave it to the court to decide the damages. However, I would like to put to the court that special damages, however, were not backed up by expert, nor was it backed up by case laws. Okay, coming back to my closing statement, the witnesses in our statement today was DW1, Puan Sharifah, and DW2, Mr. Jasper. Puan Sharifah binti Abdullah was the project director, and she testified, among others, that the SSC had complied with all the conditions imposed on SSC on the environmental front. And SSC has no connection with the supposed erosion, accretion, and other associated impacts encountered in Padang Kelapa, and that the SSC had acted reasonably by taking necessary measures in controlling the extensive erosion caused by a new mega state port project by the state, which is not under the defense supervision. Additionally, we constructed the seawalls and breakwater, which protects the coastline of SSC and at the same time benefits the coastline of Alam Kara. We can refer to Exhibit A in the defendant's bundle of documents. Yes. So we can see from here that it was in fact done in the best interest of the people of Ankara. Moving on, coming back to the closing argument, the testimony of defense witness 1 is further corroborated by defense witness 2, Mr. Jasper, who testified that the defendant has carried out and secured all due processes and necessary consultations and approvals, carried out alternative measures to protect the ecosystem impact, where 20% of the coastal mangrove forest was left in place, as well as the overall pressure on the fish stocks, where we introduced the mitigation efforts, as I have explained earlier, and complied with and carrying out mitigation measures to reinforce the coastal defense provided by the mangrove forest by employing soft structures and green infrastructure along the SSC coastline and reinforcing the southern beach of SSC with vegetation. So in this case, I would like to put to the court that yes, we did cut the mangrove trees, 80% of it. We did leave 20% of it to allow continue to develop. Unfortunately, the 20% also was gradually decreased. However, that was not in our power, as we have done everything we could, and we have consulted our expert consultant who said this is a very abnormal situation. Additionally, on top of, unfortunately, we had to cut the mangrove trees in order for our development to continue, but we did do the necessary mitigation where we constructed soft structures and green infrastructure in place to reinforce the coastline. Mr. Jasper also testified that based on the coastal vulnerability assessment, which he carried out in 2019, the significant changes in coastal dynamics and hydrology, which caused erosion and accretion of Alam Kara shoreline, were mainly caused by the newly commenced mega port development, which is not under the defendant's supervision. And it was the SSC who has taken the immediate and proactive approach in constructing seawalls and breakwaters to enhance their defense and Alam Kara's defense. The plaintiff's witness today was very centered around blaming SSC wholly, and they have completely disregarded the mega port project, which I feel is completely unfair onto SSC. The plaintiff himself, Mr. Kasim, did not even know about the mega project. The ignorance should be taken into account by the court, as he was not even aware of other developments in his own area and put the full blame on SSC despite his lack of knowledge. This, I would say, is rather ignorant and should be taken into consideration by the court. I feel bad for what happened to Mr. Kasim, that is without a doubt, and SSC is truly in sympathy with Mr. Kasim. However, we would say that it is definitely wrong of what Mr. Kasim to completely accuse us wholly. Additionally, the expert witness also that was brought in seems to be completely ignorant to the effects of the mega port. Ms. Jessie said that she had done no formal investigation onto the effect of the port, and what she did was due to her personal investigation. Furthermore, the witness seems somewhat biased towards the SSC project, claiming that 100%, not 99%, not 50%, but 100% of the fault was wholly on SSC. And I would say any man with general knowledge can show and prove, and the maps prove it, everything that we have said today by both witnesses have proved, that the whole blame cannot be on SSC. And nor can any part of the blame. And her witness statement alone and her statements alone seem extremely biased and should be disregarded by the court. She did agree, however, that in a general situation, the developments in coastal areas can indeed affect regions even far away from the project. But for some reason, according to this case, there is no such thing. That the construction of the megaport does not affect the residents of Alam Kara. And once again, I would say it is very, in a sense, fishy. But we will leave the court to decide that. All right, coming to the issues to be tried today. First of all, whether the defendant owes a duty of care towards the plaintiff and whether the defendant has failed to comply with the duty of care. So as mentioned by the plaintiff earlier, there is a duty of care. The SSC does not deny the duty of care. We obviously owe a duty of care, as in the case of Donahue versus Stevenson and in the Kokoro Industries PLC versus Dickman in 1990. However, the defendant has acted practically and with reasonable care at all times and has not in fact failed to comply with the duty of care. It is very clear that the initial construction of SSC was indeed in accordance with the EIA and EMP approved by the Department of Environment. Whether or not it was disproved by Ms. Jessie, unfortunately, that's not our problem. And it was already approved under the law under Section 34A, subsection 7 of the Environment Quality Act 1974. It is indeed that the construction of seawall and breakwater was not in compliance with the EMP and EIA requirements. However, our expert opinion and the urgency already has explained the urgency of the need of the sea wall and breakwater to be constructed, as it was in the best interest of not just SSC but also the residents of Alamkara. The plaintiffs also never argued on the fact of the seawall and breakwater being bad in terms of erosion. They just said it didn't do a very good job, according to Plaintiff Counsel number 2, Mr. Jay Ganesh. So in that sense, we have practiced due diligence, and whether, unfortunately, yes, we do admit that it was not in compliance with the AIA, but it was done in the best interest. And we have paid the fines pertaining to the failure to comply with the EIA to the Department of Environment, and we are currently while this court case is going on, we are also in the process of building permanent measures which will be approved by the Environmental Board. Okay, moving on, whether the defendant is entirely liable for the damage caused towards the environment due to the failure of the defendant from preventing the erosion during the tenure of the project. The defense has put to the court today that the cause of such erosion which led to the damage to the plaintiff house and body is not in fact due to SSC, as I've repeated multiple times, and this was already elaborated, so I shall not touch upon it again. And we, again, as I mentioned, we have already taken the additional measures, such as the building of soft structures and green infrastructures, and the reinforced with vegetation. Additionally, we also allowed the mangrove tree to continue growing where we left 20%, and unfortunately, it did not grow. Whether the plaintiff has suffered damages from the negligent act. This is the third issue. The plaintiff has suffered damages. However, it was not due to the negligent act of the defendant. We do not deny that whatever happened to Mr. Kasim was indeed bad and was indeed something that he should be, that we are very unfortunate of, but however, it is not our fault. And in terms of the general damages that was disputed, we have disputed in terms of permanent disability, where my defense counsel number 1 has asked the plaintiff witness number 1 whether or not he is actually permanently disabled as he claims, and whether or not he can present his OKU card to the court, which he was unable to do so in accordance with Person with Disability Act 2008. So we can refer to Exhibit E in the defendant's bundle of documents and Section 101 of the Evidence Act. So referring to section instructing solicitor, yes, thank you. So over here, as we can see the medical report, there was no mention, nor could the plaintiff find a mention of the permanent disability which he so easily claimed. All right, coming back to the closing skeletal, instructing solicitor. Whether the defendant is entitled to general, special, punitive, and exemplary damages, the plaintiff claimed for all of these damages. The calculation of damages, like I mentioned just now, was not done, and it was not done with an expert consultant, nor was he brought to court today. As to the claim of loss of income of the plaintiff, SSC has taken all necessary actions to prevent loss of income to the plaintiff, namely the reduction of registered fishers in Alamkara by 40%, by offering financial compensation for fishers who gave out their license, and the reskilling of fishers for hire in SSC. This obviously was the generous mitigation steps taken. Unfortunately, it is not pertaining to Mr. Kasim's damages, as we are not liable for that. All right. Coming on to the case laws in this case. So the concept of negligence. We can refer to the case of Blythe versus Birmingham Waterworks in 1856. Negligence is the omission to do something which a reasonable man, guided upon those considerations which ordinarily regulate the conduct of human affairs, would do, or do something which a prudent and reasonable man would not do. So the fact is very clear. SSC, did they take the necessary considerations, and did they do what exactly a man in this case an organization in their position would do? Well, yes, they did. And did we avoid doing anything that would harm in this case, our neighbor, the plaintiff? No, we did not. The liability for negligence, as defined by Lord Macmillan in the case of Donahue versus Stevenson, 1932, is as the law takes no cognizance of carelessness in the abstract. It concerns itself with carelessness only when there is a duty to take care and where failure in that duty has caused damage. In such circumstances, carelessness assumes the legal quality of negligence and entails the consequences in law of negligence. The cardinal principle of liability is that the party complained of should owe to the party complaining a duty to take care, and the party complaining should be able to prove that he has suffered damage in consequence of a breach of duty. Yes, there is a duty to take care. However, I would say that the plaintiff has failed to prove that he has suffered damage in the consequence of our breach of duty, for we have done everything in our power to ensure that the breach of duty is not present, and we have done every possible mitigation effort in our best interest and in our best power, as mentioned by Alderson B in the case of Blythe and Birmingham. As for the standard of care requirement to determine the breach, Lord Dunedin in Farden versus Harcourt Rivington 1932, he mentions if the possibility of the danger emerging is reasonably apparent, then to take no precautions is negligence. But if the possibility of danger emerging is only a mere possibility, which would never occur to the mind of a reasonable man, then there is no negligence in not having taken extraordinary precautions. In other words, people must guard against reasonable probabilities, but they are not bound to guard against fantastic possibilities. I put this to the court in terms of what plaintiff counsel number 2, Mr. J. Ganesh was saying, that was blaming my expert witness, Mr. Jasper, saying that you should have taken into consideration what the port was doing and why the seawalls were ineffective. However, as said in the case of Lord Dunedin in Farden versus Harcourt Rivington in 1932, it was very much proved that this is a case of unreasonable probabilities. We did not expect the megaport to be of such scale, and unfortunately, the cause of erosion was as such. And not even the
Counsel,
seawall.
why don't you wrap it up because you're almost out of time.
Oh,
You're out
okay.
of time already, actually. So just maybe
All
conclude.
right. Okay, then just to conclude my case. So the defendant is pleading the following, that the defendant, for all intents and purposes, sought to comply with the environmental social mitigation measures. There is no direct cause linking the injury and damage to the SSC's project. The project was approved by the authorities. The EIA and EMP has been carried out, and minor EMP matters are being resolved currently. The SSC has to their best efforts complied with all processes, and SSC is a progressive green initiative with tremendous socio-economic and environmental benefits, not only for the communities in Alam Kara and Puting Pada Kelapa, but also the state as a whole. The project benefits the public at a large, providing job opportunities, ease transportation, attract more medical tourists to the area, etc. The change in hydrology, geology in Padang Kelapa is not caused by the SSC project, but the other coastal development project, or alternatively due to natural occurrences. The defendant acted reasonably and has conducted mitigation action by taking an immediate and proactive approach in constructing seawalls and breakwaters near the affected areas. There was no way the defendant could have anticipated the threats changes caused by the megaport development prior to the commencement of Sunshine City development. Your Honor, having regard to the facts and circumstances surrounding the case, the defense asks you that the claim be dismissed with cause and the plaintiff make a public apology towards the defendant. That is all for the closing skeletal. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsels, for both your submissions. Give me the court is adjourned for 5 minutes for me to deliberate. I'll come back in 5 minutes. That would be Farhana, that would be...
I'll be assigning you to the judge room.
Yes, thank you. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Camp. Ala, awalnya tutup camp. Baru fikir nak kenal sini.
Bro.
Hi guys.
Hello,
Anybody want to respond to
MMU.
me?
What's up, Clement from the other side?
Wah, they all chow ah, kesian lah.
I know, man.
They don't want to talk to us. Then we talk to ourselves. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. Hi, Farhana. We layan tau.
Before that, you guys want to should I assign? I need to assign you guys to the prep room one.
Oh yes. Okay.
Okay.
Wait, what was the reason for the prep room again?
I have no idea. Actually, Farhana perlu ke? I mean,
Because
we're not allowed to spot.
implementation sekarang ni tengah live stream.
Oh,
Oh.
astagfirullahaladzim.
And then we open our blazer though.
Okay, my apologies. Bye bye. Okay, we're just gonna chow now. Bye bye.
We got a different room, different room.
All right, the court has come to a decision. The court would like to thank all counsels for the illuminating submissions, the witnesses, and the decision of the court is as follows. And I'm reading the types of claims are allowed, right, and disallowed. I've made a finding that the plaintiff has established its case, that there's a duty of care, that it has been breached, and therefore I'm allowing the plaintiff's claim in part, in specifically general damages, special damages, which is A, B, E, F, G, and H of the statement of claim. I'm disallowing the claim for B and C, which is special damages and exemplary damages. I do not find that the plaintiff have proven any circumstances which would indicate that exemplary damages or punitive damages are warranted in this case. So that is my decision formally as a judge, and to announce the winner of this particular round, it would be the plaintiff in this case. So congratulations to the plaintiff. So enough of my judge hat. I think after deciding, I'm supposed to give some feedback to everybody, if whether or not you're moving on to the next round, or I don't know how it works, but I would like to congratulate everybody who I think one team are not even law students. So I am extremely surprised, and I would like to congratulate you for this exemplary effort that you've made. I was extremely shocked to see you submit and then be told that you are not law students. But well done, and good job. Just some observations for you to move on when it comes to trial. I do not expect you to know specifically, how to conduct a trial. Even lawyers who have been called to the bar struggle with this. But I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Idza. I'm a partner in a firm called Zorafi and Partners. I've been doing civil litigation for 15 years. Been doing quite a bit of a trial all the 15 years. So I have to say I'm impressed. As students, I mean, clearly it's ridiculous that you guys managed to do what you did. But just some observations for you to move on. Now, your witness statements, right? And this cuts across all. You must avoid asking questions that lead to a yes or no answer. So I don't know whether you go to the next round, but instead of saying questions like did, were, can, why don't you say what happened next? What happened next? And then it just goes on and on. So the questions that you ask should not have a yes or no answer, and this applies to all. When it comes to your drafting, do not do that, because if you can see it breaches the rules of the competition, your points will be deducted. And in examination in chief, you cannot ask leading questions. Yeah, just to note. That's the first thing. The second thing is re-examination. I think re-examination is the hardest part of any process of dealing with a witness, because nobody teaches you how to do it in law school, and it's something that you have to do on your feet because it depends on cross. So when it comes to re-examination, I would suggest you say it like this. First of all, you cannot ask a leading question. So same thing applies to examination in chief. Can, did, would you agree with me? No, you cannot ask those that way in re-examination. I would suggest you do something like this. Example, my learned friend asked you in cross-examination A, B, C, and D, and you answered A, B, C, and D. Can you explain to the court why you said that? That is re-examination. And it goes on and on and on for each and every clarification that you're seeking. Point to note. So that is how you conduct re-examination. For cross, I think you guys are doing great. I mean, it's not an issue for me. You can actually ask leading questions, but I think the tone and demeanor needs to be toned down. We are not on an episode of Suits. Actually, in court, nobody asks questions dramatically like that. It's actually very boring. Everybody asks questions, same tone. The judges take a very active approach. They interject sometimes and they ask questions. If you're not asking it the way they want you to, or if they want to stop the witness, it's actually quite normal. Yeah. So I think my observations, I think Jaya Ganesh did really well in cross and in re. So take a cue from how he does it calmly, not emotionally, well paced, and that's something I think you can continue going on, because I think that's quite good. For the what else? I think that's all I have to say, because that's all that strikes out to me. Oh, one last thing for bundle of documents. It is frowned upon for parties to keep on disagreeing as to categorization. Most times in courts, if you are unable to agree, the court will scold you. Why can't you agree? So you must understand the different categorizations. Part C means you think it's a fraud, that's why you cannot agree, that somebody forged this document. So that is the only instance where you put documents in Part C, right? And let's say for whatever reason you still cannot agree, when you file your own bundle of documents, just take note, there cannot be any categorization. So when I saw plaintiff's team file in their own bundle, there's still a category A, B, and C. How can you categorize it yourself? You have not gotten any agreement from the other side. So if you are filing your own bundles, it's just tak ada categorization, because categorization can only be done with the consent of both parties. In actual real court cases, it's deemed that everything is subject to proof lah. So it's just no categorization. You just do an index. You would then have to call the maker of all these documents. So for the purposes of competition like this, if you don't want to complicate things yourself, it's better for you to agree. And you must be clear. C, document tipu only. B, tak tipu, you want to cross-examine witness on content. A, content tak payah cross-examine, bukan tipu also. So you just have to be clear on that moving forward. Okay? Just some tips moving forward. As somebody who has been scolded numerous times throughout her practice by different types of judges on many, many things. So congratulations again, plaintiff's team. Really good job, defendants team. I wish you all the best for the next round. Okay, take care everybody. Give yourself a clap.
Thank you.
Take care everyone. The court is adjourned, yeah? Thank you so much.
For that,
Thank
we
you.
will have a short, before that, Puan Izzah, you need to announce the best instructing solicitor, best counsel, and best witness, and overall performer.
Okay, so I have it with me. I thought so Haila was telling me it's optional, but okay, all right. For me, best instructing solicitor is CJAW. So congratulations to you. Best witness was Alex Tan Bunwi, the one that I scolded. I think you did pretty well under scolding. Congratulations to you. Best counsel and best overall performer is the same person, which is Jaya Ganesh. Congratulations to you. I think it's something you can continue moving forward. All right, and of course, the winner is MMU. Congratulations. All right, Farhana, is there anything else I need to do?
So now we will have a short photography session. So everyone, please get ready. So is everyone ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Freestyle.
Freestyle.
1, 2, 3. Alright, that's all from us. Thank you so much for the cooperation, and sorry for any shortcoming from on behalf of the organizer. So all of you can leave the